My husband's best friend passed away. He was the best man at our wedding and was the greatest human. And 3 days after his funeral, I lost my job. That caused us to take serious pause. That same week, I jumped on a call with an old friend of mine, and she asked me the most important question I think anyone has ever asked me. And it was, where do you want to be in 5 years? You're at this rock bottom, where do you want to be? And my husband and I talked about it. We decided where we wanted to be, and we said, how are we going to get there? And the first thing that we had to do was get our finances. I read all the money books just to try and figure out where we even started. I had to track all the money that was going on. And I did that for 3 months until we could figure out what our budget could actually be without us completely cutting everything out. The biggest challenge is just to stick with it. It gets really hard because there were a lot of times, a lot of things we wanted to do that we had to say no to. And it's been very worth it. We've gotten it down to about 40,000. Right now, our goal is to finish 2022 completely debt-free and have our investments ready to go going into 2023. When I think about where we were when we started and where we are now, I feel really excited. I was 18 when I got my first student loan, and 18 years later, I'll pay it off. I've had debt as long as I haven't had debt, and I'm excited to see the person that I am without it.
Debt-free by 2023 is awesome, Danielle, but I want to get realistic because a lot of people are watching saying, great, she did it. I have no idea how I'm going to, so I want to bring in an expert money coach, Lynette Califani-Cox. She's here with some tips on how you can start to own your debt-free journey. Lynette, you know, a lot of times people say, oh, great, here's an expert. What do they know?
Right.
But you've been in this position. At one point, you were $100,000 in credit card debt. How did you get there and how did you get out?
I got into there by classic overspending. Just when I saw something, if I wanted it, I just went out and bought it and didn't give regard to how I was going to pay it off. Ultimately, I had to tally up everything and take a good hard look in the mirror and see what I owed. And then I started to chip away at the debt. So I did so many things to get out of the debt, not the least of which was recognizing that minimum payments were a trap. So I started doubling and tripling my payments because I now know that minimum payments in the short run mean long payments in the long run, a lot of interest. And then I did other things too. I put windfalls, income tax refund checks, bonuses from the job, socked everything towards the debt.
Okay, so today we're going to focus on credit card debt and student loan debt. I want to start with credit card debt.
Yes.
You say the first step is simply knowing what you owe. In theory, we all know what we owe, but we don't. We spend, but we don't actually look at those bills.
We really don't know. One thing I've learned as a money coach over the past 18 years is that most people guesstimate. They put their bills in the shoebox or in the drawer. They don't really check it out. You have to pull out every single one and know exactly how much debt you owe. You should know the interest rate. You should know the amount of the dollar balances. You should know the minimum payments required. And you should really have a plan about how am I going to tackle this stuff? Because if you don't, you'll be mired in debt month after month, year after year.
People often think, hey, this credit card is available to me. That must mean I can afford it. But that's not the case.
No.
And standard practice is, well, you got all your bills, start paying off whatever is the highest interest rate. That's what I always thought to do.
Right.
Is that not the case?
I don't believe that that's always the best strategy, frankly. I know this is counterintuitive wisdom here.
Yeah, because let me tell you something. I hate paying high interest rates. I hate paying fees.
I understand that. And if you have those high fees, you should definitely try to negotiate, which is one of my strategies. You can negotiate for a whole bunch of things. You can negotiate for partial payments, to extend your payment date, to change your payment date, to have a late payment on your credit report updated. Obviously, you can negotiate, and most people don't do that.
Okay, but you cannot negotiate if you don't know what you owe.
Right.
If all those bills are sitting in the back of your closet, then you are not on the phone with your loan officer
Absolutely.
creating a plan.
And asking for that lower rate. But here's the thing. If you don't worry about interest rates, because like me, when I had $100,000 in credit card debt, I actually had very low interest rates. So I was more bothered by high dollar balances. So for those folks who are maxed out and their credit cards are at their limits, you might be better served by going after the cards with the highest dollar balance first and attacking those, reducing those dollar balances so you won't be so close to the edge.
Here's a problem I'm worried about. we've had a freeze because of COVID accommodations on student loan payments.
Yes.
And in theory, we should have been trying to save up, knowing we were going to have to start paying, but a lot of us didn't do that.
Right.
What do we need to know? How do we need to prepare? Because those bills are coming.
You definitely need to also know what you owe. You need to make sure that you understand, do I have federal loans? Do I have private loans? And then you need to understand what are the payment or repayment options available to you. Generally speaking, on the federal student loan repayment front, there's kind of like three main categories. There's the standard loan repayment program where you pay them off in 10 years. There's a graduated or extended loan repayment options. They might take you out to 20 or 25 years. And then there's a variety of income-based or income-sensitive loan repayment options. So you need to find the program that best fits your situation.
Last thing, I want you to give us some tips on understanding how credit works, right? So lots of people say, oh, I'm going to buy this cruise because, they're having a discount on it. I'm going to buy these boots because they're on sale. But if you're only making minimum payments and if you've got high interest, those boots ain't on sale. You're end up paying 2-3 times retail. We don't realize that. Can you help us understand why knowing credit is important?
Well, credit and debt are actually two opposite sides of the same coin, especially with your credit card debt. Because the more credit card debt you're carrying, the more that tends to drag down your FICO credit score.
Thank you.
30% of your FICO credit score is based on the amount of debt that you have outstanding. And also, if you want to take that cruise or go shopping or whatever, if you take out new forms of credit, that's an inquiry that gets generated on your credit report, stays on there for 2 years, counts against you for the purpose of your FICO score for 12 months. Again, that lowers your credit rating as well. So you have to be mindful of your credit and spending, especially your credit card usage behaviors that can drag down your credit score.
Just because you can swipe doesn't mean you should. It is a trap. Be aware of it. Thank you so much. These are such important tips. We need them, especially going into a big new year. Annette Califani-Cox, you made us definitely a whole lot better and smarter. Coming up next, how to shop smart and spend less on everyday essentials from gas to groceries and more. And later in the show, is 2022 your year to start investing? We'll show you the best online tools to get in on the action right after the break.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, welcome back to On the Money. I'm Stephanie Rule, and there is no time like the present to make financial resolutions for the new year. We've made our budget, we've made a plan for paying down debt. Now it's time to take a look at how we can cut everyday spending. Here to help, NerdWallet finance expert Kimberly Palmer. Kim, you say there are two things we should wait to buy, electronics and clothing. I'll give it to you. I have a closet full of almost the identical dress, so I can wait on clothing. But why electronics?
Well, electronics is really tough right now because we're still seeing a lot of supply chain issues. And what that means is that there just isn't the inventory for retailers to offer the kind of discounts that we're used to seeing. So it really is best to wait if you do have that flexibility for things like TVs, video game consoles, computers. But if you absolutely cannot wait and you need to buy now, there are still ways to find discounts. You just have to work a little harder and put a little more effort in.
I get that dollar stores are a great solution for things like toys for kids, wrapping paper, stationery, paper goods. But then you've got groceries and gas. Gas is one that I've never known how you can save on gas. It is what it is.
Gas is a tough one. The first question to ask yourself is if you can possibly drive less right now. So for example, maybe you can start carpooling. Maybe you can even take heavy things out of your trunk. That can actually really help stretch each gallon of gas. And then also gas prices vary so much even within a neighborhood. So if you can, you want to use an app like Gas Buddy to make sure you're going to the gas station that will give you the best price possible. Another option, if you're someone that pays off your credit card balance every month, consider using something like a gas rewards card because then you can earn cash back. Another way to help stretch your budget.
We know that almost everything at the grocery store has gotten a lot more expensive, but are there certain items that have been impacted the most by supply chain issues and shortages? Because those are the things that maybe we can avoid.
Grocery prices really have gone up across the board, but there are some categories that have just really spiked. So for example, packaged snacks are very steep right now. So are bakery products, cereals. One thing we recommend at NerdWallet is to make sure you're layering discounts on top of each other. So for example, at your local grocery store, maybe you can opt into the loyalty program to get discounts. Then on top of that, you could use a grocery rewards card to get extra cash back. It's a way of stretching your budget because prices are just so high.
Okay, those packaged snacks, that's exactly where we're seeing shrinkflation. It's a huge topic among consumers. A lot of people haven't heard the word, but we're experiencing it. I took a snack out for my daughter the other day. I thought it was for a Barbie doll. It was so small. Can you explain this to us and how we can avoid it?
Shrinkflation is such a challenge right now because it's so sneaky. Basically, you're paying the same price, but you're getting less. And sometimes it's hard to even notice. So in really subtle ways, basically retailers, manufacturers have made it smaller what you're actually opening up inside the package. You have to look so carefully at how it's labeled. And also it's harder to compare prices too. So you want to be really careful about looking at that per unit price when you're making comparisons and deciding what to buy.
So is the answer get away from packaged goods, try to buy bulk and separate it yourself?
I mean, that is a great strategy, but I'm a mom of three and I know how hard it is because it means you have to put more effort in. It's so easy to grab those packaged snacks for kids' lunches, but it can definitely save you money. But again, you have to put that extra work in.
Teeny tiny packaging, big prices. We see you manufacturers and we're not buying it. Kimberly, thank you for joining us. Thank you for these tips. And a lot of people in the last year have actually said, hold on a second, I've saved. During COVID, they weren't spending, going out. Disposable income actually increased. Household savings went up. And a lot more people have said, maybe it's time for me to invest in the stock market. It's a goal for 2022. And it's obvious why. 2021 was a year of all-time highs. But I want you to remember, investing is not a reason to simply get excited because you're having fear of missing out. Right now, there are lots and lots of online options that are making it easier for people to get in on the action. But what's really important is to understand what you're investing in and why. So let's bring in Editor-in-Chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver. He's here with some advice on how to get started. Caleb, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Over the last year, so much fear of missing out. We have seen the stock market hit record highs, especially, just think about the last 5 or 10 years. People are watching the markets saying, I want to get in. And now there are so many technological advances that make it easier to invest. But how should we start thinking about it?
Well, great to be with you. And it's never been easier to invest. That doesn't mean it's easy to invest.
Bingo.
Right?
Yes.
Technology has made it much easier. The platforms are much easier to use. There's no fees for trading stocks anymore. All kinds of products you can buy as an investor. But you got to do your homework, and you have to decide what kind of an investor you want to be. If you have that discretionary income, are you going to be an investor for the long term and try to build wealth? Or are you going to try to get in there and trade the market and try to make money quickly? That's much harder to do, and many people fail at that. But investing for the long term is the path to building wealth.
Okay, but that's where I want you to go, because people say, hey, I've got some extra money, let me invest it. Can you help us understand how important time horizon is? Because just because you've got a few $1,000 extra doesn't mean you should invest it, especially if you need that money a year from now.
Yeah, if you need that money within a year, the stock market's probably not the best place for that to be.
Robo-advisors are an option. Can you explain that to us?
Sure. Robo-advisors are digital asset managers, and basically they do the work for you of picking the mutual funds or the securities. You put in your goals, you put in your age, you put in your income and your assets, and they help you develop a plan. Set it and forget it. That's for the hands-off investor that just wants to have that money work for them over time. But there are other options if you don't want that. If you want much more hands-on, you want to make the decisions yourself, do your own research, then maybe you want to consider an online broker. But there's so many options for new investors to get into the market cheaply, efficiently, and then be able to manage their risk over time.
Talk about the fees, though. For those who say, I don't have an MBA, I don't have any investing experience, but I can't afford one of those expensive managers, help us understand how the fee structure works. Because when you mentioned before, no fee brokers, people are like, oh my gosh, this is free, it's so easy. None of it is so easy.
No, when it's free, you're the customer. But it is easy to sign up for an account. You don't have account minimums anymore. You don't have fees for trading. You can add $10 a month, $50 a month, $100 a month. You can start very small and build over time with some of these platforms, and it's easy. You can do it on your mobile phone. You can do it on your desktop. You can work through an actual person if you want an advisor to help you with some of these brokers. But the technology is easier, and the fees are lower, and the access for individual investors has never been better. You just have to do your homework and then think of it as a marathon. This is not something you put in the market and it grows magically. You have to keep adding to it, and you have to keep your eye on it.
So my last question, whether it's $100, $1,000, the money we put in the markets, should that be money we can afford to lose?
Yeah, absolutely. But you should also expect that over time, it's going to grow. The stock market returns on average somewhere between 6 and 8% a year for the last 60 or 70 years. That may change year to year, but in general, that trend is higher. And the stock market's been a great place to build wealth back in the day and today.
Over time, that's what's key. If you need to make that money tomorrow, go to Vegas. That's at least more fun. Caleb, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Coming up next, are you up for a challenge? We're launching a new On the Money community to help you reach your financial goals this year. More on that and a look at the headlines impacting your wallet right after this.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to On the Money. For many resolutions, it's really helpful to have an accountability buddy. I know I'm way more likely to go to the gym or eat well when there's somebody doing it with me. And that is what we plan to do this month, together. I want you to track your spending alongside the rest of us in the Today community. At today.com/onthemoney, you're going to find a downloadable spending tracker. And each week, you're going to fill it out. You can do it every time you make a purchase, once a day, every week, whatever works for you. Post your wins. I have got your back, and we are all in this together. And I'm going to be doing a check-in on Instagram in a couple weeks to see how you're doing, and I'm going to tell you how I'm doing. And now let's take a look at the state of the economy as we kick off a new year. The American economy, while it's divided, is in a much better place than we thought we'd be a year ago this time. But that is not to say everything is perfect. Last month, inflation rose by 6.8% from the prior year. That's the biggest jump we've seen since 1982, and 0.8% from October to November. That's the steepest hike we've seen in energy. We're seeing the price of used cars and trucks are still really high. Another spot that is not easing up, food. As supply chain issues continue to slow down markets, you're likely going to keep feeling it at the grocery store. But there is a bright spot, a very bright spot, the job market. It might not be ideal for employers, but guess what? For us, unemployment and initial jobless claims have dropped in the past few months, and job growth is getting higher and higher. 5.8 million jobs were added between November 2020 and November 2021, though it's still nearly 4 million short of pre-pandemic levels. So we are on the path to economic recovery, but it's not a straight line. Thank you for joining me for another edition of On the Money. I am Stephanie Ruhle, and let's start this new year off right together. Let's get financially fit.
Thanks for doing this, Elizabeth. Good to see you.
So nice to be seen and be in New York. I have not been to New York in 2 years.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, since pre-pandemic.
What's it like to be back?
It feels great. The city is brimming with energy, and I walked around last night, and I'm just, loving it.
Well, we have a ton to talk about.
Okay.
I think we should start right here on the table.
Oh.
With Archer Roos.
Archer Roos, yes.
How did you get involved with this delicious treat?
Archer Roos wine in a can. Good wine in a can, I should say.
Yeah.
So, female founder, I was really interested in putting my money where my mouth was. So I hired a diverse female money manager, and we were looking for companies to get involved with that sort of reflected my values. I think that's something we're all trying to do right now, is live a sort of a purpose-driven life if we can. And apparently my purpose is wine in a can.
There definitely seems to be a thing in the last several years where well-known people are not just like backing financially or just putting their name on something, but getting super involved in the details of how the company runs and being a part of the marketing.
I think it comes back to that word authenticity, right?
Yeah.
I think that when you can feel when you're just kind of selling something,
right.
And when that feels really important to me, and I think everybody sniffs it out now.
No, you're right.
You have to really care, I think, and that comes across when you're a little more involved, and when the marketing reflects me and who I am as a person, as well as the product.
People are so savvy. I think you're right. When a celebrity says, "I love this washing machine," you go, "No, you don't."
You do.
No, you don't love the washing.
I will say, normally I do love the washing machine that I'm selling.
This I can tell you love.
I do.
You also have this new podcast, which has a lot of people talking. My Body, My Podcast.
Yes.
It is, I was just saying to you, there's probably some joke in you and I sitting here, me, a middle-aged man, talking about women's bodies. But I have a 14-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son, and as I started to listen to it, I said, my God, these are the exact conversations we're either having or trying to have or dreading to have. So what prompted you to open this discussion?
This exact thing prompted it. Truly, I'm a mom, and my kids are looking at puberty soon, and I felt unprepared. I really felt also, as a woman and as a feminist, somebody who was looking at Me Too and Time's Up over the last few years and coming to my own understanding about everything that's happened to me as a person, as a woman, in my industry especially. How do I grapple with all of this? How do I talk to my kids openly about it? Because I want to raise healthy kids who have great intimate relationships and are not fearful or filled with shame about anything.
Yeah.
And we have a very old school way of dealing with sex and sexuality right now, and it causes a lot of harm. And I just felt like if I could investigate this information for myself and learn more in the hopes of providing it for my own family, maybe other people want to listen in. And you know, and I really feel like I made it so that you could listen to it with your daughter or your son, and so that parents could feel a little more prepared going forward. But also because I truly believe that sex education, when done well, has the power to transform people's individual lives, but also society as a whole. Because everything that we talk about when we talk about body image, sex, sexuality, health, healthy relationships, this is something that intersects our daily lives, and we hide it away in a corner like it's shame-filled and we're not allowed to talk about any of this stuff. One study said that human beings think about sex once per hour, your entire adult life. So from puberty till you're dying, you're always thinking about some aspect of something.
It's constant.
And it's not like I want to, I want to have sex. It could be anything, It could be like, something on my body hurts or whatever. And it's also important to remember, like, we have these pleasure centers that we have access to on the daily, on the regular. And like, what an amazing feature of our human body. And why not use it a little bit more? And if we're going to use it, I want to make sure that the storytelling around it, that we own it. Because as a woman, I can tell you that a lot of the storytelling about my body and how it's used and how I have had my sexual experiences, I don't own it. I don't own that storytelling. And that's upsetting as you get older and you realize how many experiences, especially young women, are having where they're not really having any fun. I think young women are taking it back. There's so much more information out there. This podcast is part of that information. But at the end of the day, we have deep-seated and very deep-rooted shame around these and stigma around these issues and talking about them openly. And the way we do it with young people too, even just how we separate boys and girls in health class. That's not really doing anybody any favors. What you're doing is you're creating a system in which boys are told about erections and nocturnal emissions, and a lot of fun things. And girls are told, you're gonna have your period, it's gonna be horrible, you're gonna bleed, don't get pregnant, be afraid, don't get an STD, don't get raped. It's like that. It's like the messaging is a mess. And then we put them back together and we go, what did you talk about? I don't know, apparently I'm not supposed to tell you what I talked about.
Right. Don't you think part of the process, though, is people like you kicking that door open?
Of course.
Who, whether my daughter loves you and Pitch Perfect, and go, oh, okay, she's saying it's okay to say these things out loud.
Yeah.
I think that's a part of the journey.
I hope so. I grew up, I had some Dr. Ruth, and then we had like Loveline, remember that? And the day of Dr. Drew. And I read Cosmo, and what I'm realizing now is kids are getting their information from algorithms, and they're online and they're looking up, I want a healthy recipe, and they're pretty soon directed to like eating disorder websites, or being told that they're not good enough, or, in every aspect of social media is amplifying the negativity that happens online.
You're right. I mean, like so much that's online, it's the job of the parent or whoever to intervene and correct that early, or else that becomes, cemented as the image. You talked about body image, which is, again, I keep going back to the father of a teenage girl.
Of course.
With Instagram and everything else, it's a tough world out there when you're told relentlessly with every scroll, this is what you should look like, your teeth should be this white, your abs should look like this. What do you say to both parents and young people growing up in a world where they, more than ever, in some ways, are shown what they're supposed to look like?
I have a real love-hate relationship with social media for myself, and I have a hate relationship with it for my children. So my kids are not on my Instagram. They have very limited screen time and any of that stuff. Very limited gaming, the whole thing. I just feel like that is my number one job as a parent, is to protect them
Yes.
from those things. You know, I'm not their friend. I'm literally meant to guide them through life and figure out what's in their best interest and what isn't. And I think the evidence becomes clearer and clearer every day that social media especially, but the internet generally, is not in their best interest in any way. I mean, it's great for information. It's great for buying things. It's great for connecting with your grandma. So I love those aspects of it, and I think we should celebrate those aspects of it. But there's a lot that's no good for kids, and I really feel as a parent, for me, that part of my job is policing all of that. But it's really hard. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, no, I'm sort of on the same page in terms of the way we handle it with social media. In some ways, though, the genie is so far out of the bottle.
Yeah.
It's like you can't hide them from everything, and they just see it. I mean, maybe it's not on Instagram, but maybe it's on a commercial on the show. Whatever it is of who I'm supposed to be, it's very in their face.
Yeah. I think making sure that you're their trusted adult. So on the podcast, we talk a lot about trusted adults in their lives. And a trusted adult does not necessarily have to be you. Like, I had a lot of, funky aunts, who my mom, I think, could farm out some of the information to, because it's a little less awkward when you get to talk to your aunt about it versus your mom or whatever. But having trusted adults in your kids' lives is really important. So if it is you, great. But if it's not you, make sure there's somebody in their life that they can talk to about these things.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer deliberations.
All right,
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
It's a testament to your relationship with your mom that she's on the podcast.
Yeah.
That you have these open conversations. What did she think when you told her what this podcast was?
She was not that surprised. She was not that surprised. She's been my trusted adult for a very long time. I wouldn't say everything was like an open discussion with my mom, but I'm very grateful and lucky. I had a loving boyfriend in high school. I have a great relationship. Obviously, I'm almost 30 years into my relationship with my husband, who I've been married to for 18 years.
You met on the first day of college.
I met him on my first day. I was 18 years old when I met him, and we're still together. But that requires like a lot of curiosity to keep it interesting for 30 years, and open discussions about everything as well. And Talking to my mom on the podcast really helped for me hone in on that theme of a trusted adult and the idea that these are not conversations that happen once or twice, but that it's an ongoing conversation for your entire life, hopefully.
Yeah. You mentioned your mom.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about going back to your upbringing in Pittsfield, Mass. At what point your mother or your family realized that you might be a performer, that you might be an actor?
Very late.
Late, really?
Yeah, no, I was not meant. My mother bought me a book. She bought me Diane Sawyer's autobiography or biography when I was in college because I thought I might be a broadcast journalist like Willie Geist. I thought I would, that seemed like the right path for me. I loved Diane Sawyer. It wasn't until truly like my senior year of university. I've been doing plays since middle school.
Right.
My very first musical was Jesus Christ Superstar. I had broken my leg. I was an athlete. I broke my leg. I couldn't play sports. I was in a walking cast. And I always sang in the choir. And the singing teacher said, we're going to do Jesus Christ Superstar. You can play Pontius Pilate. Not Mary Magdalene, by the way. You can play Pontius Pilate because you can wear long robes over your walking cast and sing the song. And I can still remember, I can still sing the song. And that was my first foray into real performing, was in middle school because I had to. I needed something. I was a latchkey kid. I needed something to do after school. My parents, were like, you got to be busy, stay busy.
Right.
And I suddenly didn't have sports. I didn't have practice. So I went to rehearsal instead, and that became my new family. And I carried that through college, but I never thought, I didn't understand this as a profession. I didn't know anybody who was an artist professionally. I knew, my cousin dabbled in it a little bit, but they were mostly all waiters, you know what I mean? And I had been a waitress at that point for 10 years, going on 10 years. And so I thought, how do you make this into a life? And I got into drama school. And I went to drama school, which I could not afford. And I took on more student loans. And I just thought, oh man. And then I kind of came out and I said, I'm going to give myself a little bit of time, but it never felt real to me until it suddenly was.
Right.
And so I just kept putting the work in. And
so then what was that moment where you said, oh, I can do this for a living. This can be a life. I'm out here. I am waiting on tables. I've had some brutal auditions. I've had producers say some awful things to me.
Yeah.
When did you decide, this is something I can do or I want to do?
When I was leaving drama school, I came to New York. I had a showcase, as they say in the business, where you sort of put on a little show for agents and managers and different people. And a casting director was there from a soap opera here. And they invited me the next day to audition for this soap. I'd never done a professional audition. I didn't really know what that was. And I got the job. And they offered me a 2-year contract on a soap opera. And I called my mom from a payphone. I'm dating myself. I called my mom from a payphone. And I said, I don't think I'm going to do it. And it would have paid all my student loans. So this was very serious, like more money than I'd ever dreamed of having. And it wasn't even that much money, but it was like, holy God.
Yeah.
This solves all my financial woes, And my mom agreed. I was crying on the phone. I was like, I just don't think I want to do it. I don't know what else is out there. And that was the advice. It was like, well, if you can get this today, what can you get tomorrow?
Wow.
And that's how I've approached this whole life. What have I gotten today? Okay, great. Well, what else can I get tomorrow? And don't settle for what you got today. Figure out what else you can get. And it's led me down this incredible path where I feel like I've been able to keep a little bit of my dignity intact, although not all of it. You shed a lot as an actress in Hollywood. It falls off and you just pick it back up and try and stick it back on. So I've maintained most of my dignity. But also I've realized that it all adds up to something. I used to go to auditions and be like, man, if I don't get this audition, I can't pay my rent. And I put so much pressure on that 2 minutes in a room with people who you don't know and who don't care about you paying your rent and are just trying to solve their problem, which is they need somebody to come in and be great so they can cast them in this role. And at a certain point, I allowed myself to let go of that pressure and just be like, you know what, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to do the best I can, I'm going to walk away, and if they call me, great. And if I never hear from them again, I'm going to keep on keeping on because it's already in the past. And it really freed me to just keep going forward and not be precious about what I can't change because it already freaking happened.
Where did the confidence come from to say no to this big gig that was going to pay all your bills and it was on a show people knew and you were like, no? Unconditional
love, I guess, you know? I mean, truly, I think that is where it comes from. It comes from going to college. Neither of my parents, my mom has now gotten her college degree, but when I was going to university, neither of my parents had graduated from college. They didn't have college degrees. So going to school as a first gen was already like their wildest dreams come true. And I knew that from my parents, and I knew that my parents would do everything to make my life better and give me my dreams. And they do it for my sisters and my brother as well. And they're super just loving and supportive. So I think just knowing that like my fallback is like some loving family that will help me, it's like, really nice to have, and not everybody has that. Yep. So it's important to recognize that that is privilege that I grew up with, that I now give to my kids as well and to the rest of my family. But that chance that I had, I was not going to waste because I knew it was special and that it meant something to more than just me.
I also feel like you became sort of undeniable. You were relentless of like, Wet Hot American Summer was good, Scrubs was great, 30 Rock you were great, Modern Family, and people finally were like, okay, she's great. Did that feel like a grind through that?
It does. There are moments when you realize that people trust you as an entertainer, and I think that's really important. Knowing like, okay, if I'm on, you can relax. Like, I'm gonna entertain you. I'll make you laugh. I'll sell the joke to you, you know. Are you gonna watch me on Press Your Luck? Like, I love Press Your Luck. Like, I'm gonna bring you along for a ride. And I think as an entertainer, that's an important thing for me, is making sure the audience trusts me and connects to me and feels like I'm not gonna disappoint you. I take that responsibility very seriously. And there have been moments where I was like, you know, it's gonna be fine. I didn't need a lot. My bar was low.
Right.
I really was like, I got like my class 3 driver license. I drove like a van in college, and so I got like this special license. And I'm not kidding you, Willie. I used to tell myself, well, I can always drive a bus. Like, truly. I'll be fine. I can drive a bus.
Just renew that license.
Just renew the license, pass the test again. You know, I really have come to life with what's the worst case scenario?
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of hustle to build that confidence, but I've never shied away from doing the dirty work and whatever it takes.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
At some point, you make this conscious decision of, maybe I'm not getting the big roles that I think I should be getting.
I like it. You're not an A-list star.
Well,
this
no,
is true.
no, no.
I'm a worker.
I'm going back now, and you take control of your destiny.
Yes,
you start
I
your
did.
own production company.
Yes.
With your now husband.
Yes.
And you say, okay, we're just going to make the stuff.
I got really great advice from some incredible women in the business who are a little ahead of me, maybe a little generation ahead of me, and who were really dissatisfied and bored. They were really bored. And I could already feel a sense of boredom creeping in. And I knew that if I didn't do something, it would fester. I would feel underused. I would feel like I wasn't bringing my full self to my work, and I wasn't accomplishing everything that I wanted to do. And so being able to be a little more in control of storytelling and directing and producing, creating interesting stories that center women's lives and women's autonomy, that became just a goal and a destiny for me that felt totally right, and again, authentic to who I am as a person, as a woman, as a feminist, as an activist. And here we are. Yeah, I just started doing it. A lot of people ask me, but how? There are a bunch of actresses who are doing it right now. Olivia Wilde comes to mind. Natalie Morales is coming up. But Jodie Foster did it before me. Penny Marshall did it before me. Those were my role models. But it's rare. Yeah. It's a rare thing to do, so it takes a lot of chutzpah. And I just thought, well, if I don't try, I'll regret not trying. And I know I'll be bored. Otherwise, you have to wait for the phone to ring.
Right.
And I don't want someone else to be in control of my time and what I do with it. I feel, for me, the definition of success is control over how I spend my time. Because now I have kids, and I want to make sure when I'm away from them that I'm doing things that really matter to me.
I have to underline the name of the company too, Brownstone,
Brownstone,
because it tells the story of the way you grew up, right?
It does, yeah. So I grew up on Brown Street in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and my best friend Soraya and I used to joke about our lives someday. And we used to think about having a 5-digit address because that was the fancy side of town. It was like 10300 Brownstone Drive. Nobody lived on Brown Street. Right. It's a bummer. By the way, I love the hometown roots, but it was aspirational for me. The idea of Brownstone Drive someday, and living in a brownstone in New York City was very aspirational for me. And I lived in one with my husband before we started the company. And so Brownstone for me was it was always a meaningful idea in my life, growing up in my little town in Massachusetts.
And then with one of your first projects, you come out pretty hot with Pitch Perfect.
We are mainly known for the Pitch Perfect franchise, figuring out how to tell a story about a group of misfits, and that it was those women. I loved those women. I loved, Kate Cannon, who wrote the script, did an incredible job creating just a group of women that I think everybody could see themselves in. And at the end of the day, like a really basic, boys versus girls storyline that stands the test of time. And people love singing and dancing.
Yeah, just a fun universe to be into. Competitive singing and dancing.
And I think bringing a lot of humor to that, bringing an irreverent sense of comedy to it, which is something that has been a through line of my career, my whole career in comedy. And it's really fun to put out a poster in the world that features all those women.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of those posters. And I think it feels very natural, but go through all the Hollywood posters. It's not. It's very quietly revolutionary, in my opinion.
Talk about controlling your own destiny. Then you step into directing.
Yeah.
What do you love about directing? I assume you do love it. Or maybe you're like, no, never again.
I just did it again.
I know you did. I want to ask you about that too.
Oh,
but
God.
It's especially a movie of the scope of a Pitch Perfect movie. That's a big directing project. What do you love about that?
I love the collaboration with the crew and the cast. I like being in charge. I'm not afraid of being in charge, and I like, I like leading that group, and I love offering opportunity to people. I mean, I really feel a great responsibility. I tell everybody at the end of any, the part of the process, like, I'm gonna keep working hard to make this something that everyone's proud of. And that is my goal, just to make something that everybody's proud of. And to entertain people. I've been thinking, not a lot, but a little bit as I'm aging, about what my legacy is in the world. Not everybody gets the opportunity to leave a real legacy. And what I didn't want was for everyone to look at Wet Hot American Summer and 30 Rock and whatever and just be like, yeah, she was cute. She was good on those. She was a good actress or whatever, cute blonde, small boobs, nice actress. I was like, is that my legacy? Is that it? How do I take a little more control over what is going on? And also, I'm just curious. I really love trying new things. And I love when people put me in a box, immediately blowing the box open, So I made this, funny musical, and I was like, what else can I do?
Thank you so much. Congratulations on all your success.
Thanks.
The wine is delicious. The podcast is great.
Thank you.
It's all happening. Nice to see you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Friends, it is Wednesday and it's time for Pop Star Plus. Coming up on the show, an interview with our pal Valerie Bertinelli on the life and legacy of her friend and Hot in Cleveland co-star Betty White. That's coming up. Plus a guy who always makes us laugh, my old buddy Jim Gaffigan. Looking forward to that. But first, here are today's Pop Star headlines. Valerie Bertinelli, first up, our good buddy. She's on the cover of the latest issue of People magazine, opening up about the loss of her first husband, Eddie Van Halen, and how it changed her life. The article features some excerpts from her upcoming memoir, Enough Already, in which Valerie reveals Eddie's final words to her and their son, Wolfie. Those words were, "I love you." And she goes on to share how this heartbreaking loss inspired her to take a step back and stop judging herself too harshly. Valerie feels like family to us here at the Today Show. Valerie's going to be stopping by to chat with us on Tuesday, January 18th. We encourage people to tune in. It'll be her first live interview specifically about that upcoming memoir. And as always, we can't wait to talk to her and simply see her and give her a big hug. By the way, that new issue of People magazine is on newsstands this Friday. You can go to today.com for more on that. Next up, Betty White. A new trend inspired by the late actress is going viral in honor of what would have been White's centennial birthday. Fans are asking folks to donate to animal rescue organizations on January 17th as part of the hashtag Betty White Challenge. The trending movement, of course, inspired by Betty's long history of animal activism and outreach. Just one more example of Betty White's positive influence. Next up, Chris Evans, the Captain America actor, is in talks to take on an interesting role in Hollywood, this time depicting Hollywood icon Gene Kelly. According to Deadline, the upcoming project is set to tell the story of a 12-year-old boy's imagined friendship with the Singing in the Rain actor at MGM Studios back in 1950, or in the 50s. It was a plot that was conceived by Chris Evans, who's also set to produce the untitled project. And in case you're wondering, Chris Evans, the famous action movie. Yeah, can he dance? The answer is yes, because here's the clip we found from him. Well, everywhere people are tested to see if they can dance on an episode of Ellen DeGeneres' show back in 2016.
Good. Yeah.
Classic.
Oh, he can dance. Okay, he's Gene Kelly.
Yeah, he's got it. I give an umbrella. I think he just passed the audition test right there. Next up, one of our favorite shows around here. Very good, London. Very good. Almost got me in the eye. Ted Lasso. New photo posted by a member of the cast has got fans online getting super pumped about what seems to be the quick turnaround for season 3. And I guess when you're hot, you're hot. You got to go produce shows. But on Tuesday, Brendan Hunt, a.k.a. Coach Beard, shared this snap from a runway. You see a private jet in the background. That's the star, Jason Sudeikis, and the actor writing in the caption, "Here we go." Well, where are you going? What exactly does that mean? Are they all flying off to start shooting the next season? The point is, everybody online certainly hopes so. And we do know one thing, Ted's sure to get a warmer reception on any flight now than when we first met him.
You coaching football, mate, you are a legend for doing something so stupid. I mean, it's mental. They're gonna murder you.
Well, you know, I've heard that tune before, but here I am still dancing.
Well, long live Coach Lasso. We still have Uncle Al. I have Uncle Al to thank for getting me on Ted Lasso. I feel like these shows, when they're streaming and they're really good, you owe a thank you to the person that turned you on to it. Al, you really pumped that one up for us. Quickly, Cher, turning back the time, the Oscar and Grammy-winning singer, revealing her thoughts on aging and beauty, telling People magazine in a recent interesting interview that going gray is fine for other girls. I'm just not going to do it. The pop music icon, known for her long jet black locks and show-stopping Bob Mackie looks, confirming that her hair color, as is here to stay. And for how her philosophy on makeup has changed over the years, the 75-year-old singer says that these days she's more likely to be spotted with a freshly washed face more than walking around with a full face of makeup on. And moving on to even more headlines for you here on Popstart Plus, we'll begin with Ellen DeGeneres on today's episode. The daytime talk show host got a visit from a pint-sized motivational speaker with a very big heart. Callan Perk, a.k.a. Coach Cal, stopped by to leave Ellen with some words of wisdom as she winds down the 19th and final season of her Emmy-winning talk show.
For 19 seasons, you have given your all on this stage. You danced hard, you joked hard, you laughed hard, you cried hard, and you gave hard. So when it's time to say goodbye and turn out the lights, just remember that you, Ellen, will always get the W because you have given whatever it takes to be you. So just keep working hard and staying positive and making people laugh because you are a legend. So let's get fired up and go out there and get the W today and every day. Let's go, Ellen!
Oh my gosh, that kid's firing me up, man. Someone sent him over to the New York Jets. All right, next up on Popstart, and finally, Jonathan Van Ness, the Queer Eye star, is pulling double duty on Netflix. On Tuesday, the streaming service dropped a trailer for the famously optimistic hairstylist's new show, Getting Curious. And based on his hit podcast, that series is going to follow JVN as he rolls up his sleeves and dives into all things that makes him curious. And the preview teases that Jonathan is curious about pretty much everything.
I'm going to be embarking on a new journey of learning more.
When you eat a bunch of sugar, your brain has changed.
Of opening my mind, learning new perspectives. We represent being able to create a life that's outside of what we've been told that you should be. And I've got a lot to learn. This is a huge universe to explore and to learn about. Oh my God! I'm in heaven. Michelle Kwan, is it you? I can't get enough. Your eyebrows are so perfect. Strap in, honeys. Yes. We're going for a ride.
That looks good. It is a big universe. Getting Curious with Jonathan Van Ness starts streaming on January 28th. And those are today's headlines. When we come back, we're going to talk to our friend Valerie Bertinelli, who shares her fondest memories of working alongside the legendary Betty White. That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. The world continues to celebrate the remarkable life of Betty White, who we unfortunately lost last week. And our friend Valerie Bertinelli worked with Betty for 6 seasons on their hit show Hot in Cleveland. She spoke with us shortly before Betty passed away and shared a few of her favorite moments with the comedy icon.
I was lucky enough to meet Betty in 2010 when we did the pilot of Hot in Cleveland together. She was 88. I just remember being in awe of her. And she was just like, oh, it's no big deal. I mean, she's Betty White, but she just thinks it's no big deal. And she wanted to be treated like everybody else. And that was important to her. And I never could quite do that, though.
The bromance is ruining my romance. Bros before hoes, Joy.
I think the best way to describe Betty is that she glows. She literally glows. I don't know what it is about her. She walks into a room and it's just, you know when she's there. Even when she doesn't even make an entrance, but she's just there. She's kind. She's full of gratitude. She taught me so much about gratitude. And she's so smart and so funny. The best thing about working with Betty was everything that I got to learn by just being in the same room with her and just being able to rehearse with her. She is so smart and quick and witty, and just watching the way her mind worked was, it was like a masterclass of comedic acting. Hands down, my favorite moments with Betty in Hot in Cleveland were the bloopers. When Betty would go up, and it wasn't often, but when Betty would go up, it was just the funniest thing because she gets this little impish giggle going on, and she gets so mad at herself as well. And we all love it. That's my favorite moments, is when she would go up, and the bloopers were just the best.
Just get me out of here before they come after me. Help.
You know, actually, I was surprised Cleveland had psychics.
Oh, we have a sizable sucker American community. What are you laughing at?
I think everything I've ever seen Betty in are my favorite moments of when I didn't get a chance to work with her. The movie she did with Sandra Bullock, she was hysterical in. Her, oh my gosh, SNL, Saturday Night Live, she was just hysterically funny. And that's Betty. Any of her, I mean, Sue Ann Niven is one of my favorite characters of hers of all time. I love the Golden Girls. Rose was, I mean, she's got such a huge way of just the parts that she plays, and they're all so very different. That's what's so great about Betty as well. She doesn't play the same thing over and over again. She really is just so brilliant. My favorite Betty memories are when the four of us, Betty and Jane and Wendy and I, we would go out to dinner and we would just enjoy ourselves. We'd have a cocktail and, you know, whatever restaurant we were at, we'd usually go to one of Betty's favorite restaurants and just hanging out with the girls. It was just relaxed, and she's just so lovely and so funny and real. I think Betty is beloved by fans because you can just feel how kind she is. She can be wicked funny and say something that's cutting in such a funny way, but she can get away with that because she's just so kind. It just comes out of her. It oozes out of her. She's just one of the kindest people I've ever known.
Our thanks to Valerie. Of course, we're sending our love to her and, of course, to Betty's entire family. Still coming up here on Popstar Plus, we've got Jim Gaffigan who's going to tell us all about his new comedy special, which I'm sure is fantastic. Stay tuned for that.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the
All right, it just made
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Jim Gaffigan has a new stand-up special out on Netflix, and that makes me very happy. It's called Comedy Monster, and the funny man himself told our friend on the third hour of Today all about it. Take a look.
We live in a day when billionaires are building their own rockets to fly to outer space, and no one's saying, "Are you sure they're paying all their taxes?" Because I know some teachers that need supplies.
Jim Gaffigan, good morning. Good to see you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Hey, so ninth special on Netflix. You go out, you do this. Did you find after this pandemic and us being cooped up that maybe audiences were a little more willing to laugh? I mean, they really needed that release.
Yeah. There was definitely, there is an appetite for getting out there. I mean, it changes every 2 weeks depending on where we are on the latest variant. You know, the variant thing is like, it's like an episode of Dateline, right? You think that we know the information, then they're like, coming up, we're going to tell you more. And you're like, just tell us now.
I know, exactly.
So, often people are wearing a mask, and, as a comedian, you don't want someone to have any barrier between laughter and you, but, there is the threat of death, so you're sympathetic to it.
Do you know what I was thinking about when I was watching it last night? We were laughing out loud. It was so funny. This is the first time I've experienced COVID comedy. Do you know what I mean? Like, we knew it was coming. So it's just so timely and so relatable. The jokes about the mask. There was one joke where you talk about 2021 is almost like a diaper that's constantly refilling. After changing it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just so funny.
Yeah, there is just, it's unrelenting. Yeah. You think that we're gonna move on, that there's this it's never ending. It's like I described also COVID is kind of like a sitcom you thought was canceled and then it got picked up by Netflix. There's just no getting away from this stuff.
So it's Happy New Year. Everybody's out. We're making resolutions. What about Jim Gaffigan? Have you made any New Year's resolutions?
Well, I lost some weight during the pandemic, but I gained it back finally. But my goal is to gain. That woman was so inspiring. But my goal is actually to gain 100 pounds during the next week. If that makes sense. I don't know. It's like I want to lose weight, and she was so inspiring. But like, I feel like if I make that a resolution, it's like even my brain's like, hasn't that been your resolution for 40 years?
Oh, listen.
So anyway, maybe I need that hula hoop.
That's you're gonna and it's weighted, by the way. It's a weighted hula hoop, so it's not just a. Anyway.
Oh well, that makes a big difference.
100%.
piece of junk you buy and you put in a corner.
Yeah, it's going to be heavy when you wheel that thing around. Anyway, so wait, you just celebrated your New Year, I heard, by taking your family. Tell me if this is true. You went to Universal Studios and Disney World in the same trip?
Yes, and that's how much I love my children. I am so fortunate because I was doing shows in Florida, and by the way, there's no pandemic in Florida. It's really
well, there's that.
No, but like I get to bring my family on these trips, and there's always a moment during these amazing trips where I look at my children and I have the same thought: I'm never doing this again because it's too hard. It's too hard. That's why every dad on vacation looks like he lost a bet, because he did. He lost a bet.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is always a good day when the very funny Jim Gaffigan is around. So be sure and check out his special. It is streaming on Netflix. Coming up, we are heading into our vault to celebrate two huge stars, Diane Keaton and Bradley Cooper. Next.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
And we're back on Popstar Plus with two great interviews from our vault to make some special birthdays in Hollywood. We're going to mark those two birthdays today, and we're going to start with the one and only Diane Keaton, who turned 76 years young today. Remember her 2003 movie, Something's Gotta Give? Well, here's a look back.
Diane Keaton has played some remarkable characters for more than 3 decades. She brought the quirky and likable Annie Hall to life in 1977, went for the darker role of Kay Adams Corleone in the Godfather trilogy, and was the endearing mother of the bride in the 1989 remake of Father of the Bride. Now Diane Keaton's latest role has her surprised to find her daughter dating a man twice her age.
I can't do anything with it. No! Oh, God! What is this? Okay, you stay where you are. We have a knife.
Do you live here?
Look, mister, I am going to dial 911, and you are not going to move. Zoe, hand me the phone.
No, you don't understand.
Yes, I have an intruder in my house. 29 Daniels Lane, Sagaponic.
I'm dating your daughter, Marin. She invited me here for the weekend. She's in her room right now changing.
Ah! You're dating my daughter?
Now, who would have thought that would be worse news?
Okay, I love him.
Diane loves the fact that Mark Traub, our stage manager, is laughing. I said he's our human laugh track, and every show needs one. You gotta have him. He laughs when it's not funny too, so don't be too flattered.
Oh dear.
But he genuinely thought that was funny, and it was. And you are in this movie.
I am in the movie.
Nancy Myers, who you collaborated with in Baby Boom and Father of the Bride, wrote this. And neither you nor she ever thought a movie like this would really be made, did you?
Well, I certainly didn't. I think Nancy did, because she actually wrote it and spent all that time thinking about it. But to me, it was just like, you sure, Nance? This is where you want to go. And she did it, though. And it exists, and it's fabulous.
It's very unusual, though, and of course, this is what everybody has been glomming onto, the notion of a mature relationship.
Mature,
being portrayed, I love that word, mature.
I'm a mature woman.
Being portrayed on the big screen in Hollywood with that, young, nubile things. But by the way, may I just say for the record, You look fantastic.
Oh, I love you. Thank you for saying that, but you look fantastic.
Well, it's just the Mutual Admiration Society. But no, really. And what do you make of the whole thing that people are making a huge deal of the fact that these are two older people having sex, falling in love, as lead characters in a big movie. Were you like, yeah, finally?
Yeah, I mean, of course I was. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it's the best of all possible worlds because, I mean, not only do I get to kiss Keanu and have a big romance with him, but I also get to have the same experience with Jack, and he's the original bad boy, and that's about as exciting as it gets. So, I mean, what's bad for me? As far as I'm concerned, it was just thrilling, and also, you're protected by the words. You know how it is. Like Nancy's words are so beautiful, and it's so much fun to. You're safe. You're safe because in real life, as you know, when you fall in love, it's more precarious and frightening. But this was just like pure heaven to play. I mean, I think this is the dream of all actresses at any age in your life is to play someone who falls in love and falls so deeply for the first time in her life. And I think it's really unusual that a woman age 55. For the first time in her life, falls in love.
Well, let's talk about her because I love the character because first of all, she's accomplished.
Yeah.
She's hugely intelligent.
Yeah.
But she's also as tightly wound as a drum, and right?
She's a little bit of a control freak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it must have been such a meaty role to sink your teeth in because she's so cool on so many levels, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, explain who she is. Her name's Erica Berry.
Erica Jane Berry, and she's sort of the female equivalent of Neil Simon, right? I mean, that's how successful she is. And she has, of course, the fabulous house in the Hamptons and the most gorgeous daughter anybody could ever want.
And a nice twist.
Yeah.
To older women everywhere. Keanu Reeves, who plays an emergency room doctor, considerably
how about
younger
how great he is? Yeah,
than you,
considerably.
falls in love with you.
Me. I know, go figure.
Love that. All right, we're going to look at a scene of where you're picked up for a date by Keanu Reeves, and guess who answers the door?
Look who's answering the door.
And look who's at the door.
I brought you something. A heart healthy dinner from our cafeteria.
Why, thank you.
Hello.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
I like the music behind it. You look hot. All right, so how much fun was it to work with Jack Nicholson? And can you please ask him if he'll do an interview with me? He is such...
Yeah, what's the matter with him?
What is the matter with him? Tell him he needs to sell this movie.
No, I mean, he's the king. He's the king of talk.
Did you have a great time, though?
Of course I had a great time. I had the most fun with him, though, for the 2 weeks that we were sort of stuck in bed together, semi-naked. And I really got to know a lot about Jack's love life, which is really interesting.
Well, this is a family show, okay?
Okay, I'm
not sure what you're referring to.
But
you're scaring me.
He's a big Irish guy, he's a big sentimental slob, and he's a real fool for love. I mean, he's a sucker,
the sweetest thing.
But it's true, he really is.
Diane Keaton, happy birthday to you. And as we mentioned, there is another big birthday in Hollywood today. That is Mr. Bradley Cooper, who is 47. And back in 2012, he spoke to Willie Geist about his Oscar-nominated film, Silver Linings Playbook.
We were talking earlier about your role in this film, which, as I said, is getting great reviews. And you said your mother told you she sees a lot of you in the character, which on the one hand is, you're a Philly guy, you're an Eagles fan, but he's also bipolar.
Yes,
so,
and he's got anger management issues, and a song can trigger a violent episode. Yeah, it's very autobiographic.
How'd you take that critique from your mom?
I took it harshly, I got to say, because she really meant it. I walked downstairs after we did a very intense scene, and that's what she said. She said, Bradley, it's like you're not acting. And I thought, what does that say?
I will say, though, you watch this movie, and yeah, it's a complicated group, and there's a little bit of insanity there. But you see your own family in some places, which is to say we're all a little messed up, but in the end it's about love and you all rally around each other. And people can relate.
And David O. Russell, all he cares about is making an authentic movie about a certain group of people that that you can relate to. So that is always the goal, is to make it real, which is why it was scary for me, because you got to go some places.
A little too close to real. You and Jennifer Lawrence have great chemistry in this film.
She's amazing.
And it all comes back to the ballroom dancing. Did you ever see yourself doing a movie where you were like doing a little tango?
We talked very much about Pulp Fiction and that scene between Travolta and Uma Thurman.
There's some of that in there.
I mean, and that was conscious. David wanted to create. I mean, that clip doesn't really show
that was in the early rehearsals.
But it's a very bipolar dance they do. But it's a heck of a way to meet somebody, is to actually be in a very tight.
Wow.
Yeah, that happened right there. Yep.
That'll help you get to know your co-star a little bit, right? Nice to meet you, Jennifer.
And that just proves, we had no stand-in. That was us, for better or for worse.
You're not bad, I got to say. I first met you when the first Wedding Crashers movie came out.
Yeah.
It was Wedding Crashers, then the first Hangover movie, and then you do Limitless. Now you're back with De Niro. Do you ever stop and say, that was only 7 years ago? I kind of burst onto the scene, and here I am with one of my heroes.
Well, I mean, I never felt like there was any bursting going on. It just felt pretty just sort of incremental. Yes. The De Niro thing's insane. And we actually went back to the actor's studio where I first asked him a question, and we did the sort of Q&A there together, which is, But look, the truth is, the fact that I'm here on the Today Show is ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing is really crazy.
Well, so you're a humble guy, as you just displayed.
I'm grateful, that's for sure.
Sexiest man alive, we know all about that stuff. You're a good guy, you're a smart guy. And then on top of all that, you do this to the rest of us. Let's watch this clip right here.
On ne sait pas qu'on était en train de faire du film à Las Vegas avec un homme chinois qui jetait une voiture sans vêtements, que ça va être gagner beaucoup de succès. Hein?
Bradley, I guess my question is,
screw that guy.
When is enough for you? How about leaving a little for the rest of us, man? That's not cool. We were talking about De Niro. I guess I want to ask you, how to put this? Quel effet ça fait à travailler avec une icône comme Robert De Niro? C'est comme un rêve devient réalité?
Oui, c'est vrai. Et c'est une expérience extraordinaire pour moi. Personne deux fois dans 2 ans. C'est, dis-moi, je connais pas comment on peut faire ça. Merci pour la question. Hein.
Ah bon?
Oui.
And a big happy birthday to Bradley. And don't forget Diane. That's going to do it for today's Popstar Plus, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. And be sure and check us right back here tomorrow, same time. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. There you are. Today, all day. I know, exactly. But it's for a good reason. It's for Today in 30. Our favorite digital show.
Yes, you can. We're already halfway through the first week of 2022. We've got a packed half-hour hit for you.
We're going to start with the fallout from that days-long chaos where the drivers stranded in snow and ice and cold on I-95. And brace yourselves because Mr. Roker is tracking new winter storms, and it could definitely spell more trouble for millions.
And then our guy, Harris Smith, went on another amazing adventure. This time, Harris introducing us to a Montana cowboy who made what's perhaps the best dinosaur fossil discovery ever.
That's saying something. Plus, celebrity trainer Bob Harper showed us how to add fun to our workouts with some of the biggest fitness trends on social media.
And then the host of E's Daily Pop, Justin Sylvester, he paid a visit, and he's the guy who knows just about everything going on in Hollywood. This morning, he gave us the scoop. Ready?
That's right. They call it Trends Day Wednesday on the 4th hour.
Let's hit play on this episode of
Today in 30. Let's start with NBC's Tom Costello in Arlington with the very latest. Tom, good morning to you.
Yeah, just an utter disaster out on the roads. The good news, I-95 is flowing again this morning, that critical artery here on the East Coast. They finally got it open last night at about 9 o'clock, but then guess what happened? All those people finally got off I-95 after being stuck for more than 24 hours in some cases, but now they're stuck on all the side roads. Route 1 backed up for another 7, 8, 9 hours. So here's I-95 this morning, courtesy of Virginia Department of Transportation, flowing well after people were stuck 24 plus hours, no food, no water, no restrooms, many of them running out of fuel. They had to abandon their cars. How could this happen? Thousands of drivers in Virginia trapped for 20 plus hours in frigid temps along a nearly 50-mile stretch of the East Coast's busiest highway, I-95. State officials blame a perfect storm of conditions, including rapidly decreasing temperatures and an enormous amount of snow in a short period of time.
The snowfall rates were 2 to 3 and even 4 inches per hour.
All of it coupled with several inches of ice kept tow trucks from being able to move, those multiple jackknifed big rigs blocking traffic. Andrew Stein spent 27 hours in his car, sleeping in it overnight.
Abandoned cars everywhere. People either ran out of gas or got stuck in the snow.
He, like many others, forced to decide between saving gas and staying warm. For those able to leave their cars, many gas stations were out of fuel or without power. As cars slowly started to clear the interstate late Tuesday, local roads became overwhelmed with traffic. Vanya Messiah and her 2 young children in the car. She feared the worst as the temperatures fell, even asking first responders passing by for help.
I was begging her. I was like, can you please just take my kids? You don't need to take us. Just take my kids, please. I kept thinking, they're going to die in this cold.
That EMS worker brought Messiah and her family to his ambulance where they managed to get some rest.
26 and a half hours.
Virginia Senator Tim Kaine's typically 2-hour journey from Richmond to D.C. took more than a day.
I had 1 orange and 1 Dr. Pepper. That was the entire nutrition consumed in the 26 and a half hours.
One bright spot, a local bakery truck that was stuck with everybody else, passed out bread to hungry folks in dozens of cars. One thankful woman called it one of the kindest moments she has ever witnessed. Imagine if you're stuck in that traffic for hours with your kids or you've got an elderly relative. It was an absolute disaster. The governor of Virginia asked why didn't he call out the National Guard. He said, listen, we had the manpower. It would have taken up to 24 hours to get the National Guard mobilized. And then what? I-95 in that stretch has very few off-ramps. How would you get the National Guard into the middle of I-95 which is just bumper to bumper? Just really an epic meltdown. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, thank you very much.
We are back with our special NBC News series on the state of extremism on the eve of the first anniversary of the Capitol insurrection.
Among those now serving prison time for their roles in the riot, Texas real estate broker Jenna Ryan.
She sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC's senior national correspondent Kate Snow. Kate, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. About 700 people were arrested after the Capitol riot from 45 different states, as young as 18 to 80 years old, accused of a range of crimes. Jenna Ryan pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor, and she got a 60-day sentence. That's one of the longest for defendants who were not accused of any violence that day. But we spoke with her to get a better sense for what drove her to be there on that day, and how does she feel now about her actions.
We're going to go down and storm the Capitol.
USA! We're all going to be up here, and we're going to be breaking those windows.
This was Jenna Ryan 1 year ago.
No, you cannot take our country!
A real estate broker in Dallas, she was invited to ride on a private jet to D.C.
If it comes down to war, guess what? I'm going to be there.
Recording and live streaming it all.
Life or death, it doesn't matter.
Those videos became evidence for prosecutors, and in December, she was preparing for prison. In your letter to the judge, you said you deeply regret entering the Capitol that day.
Yes.
Do you regret it now as you sit here?
Absolutely. Yeah. I regret that 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
You were in the U.S. Capitol, the legislative branch of our government.
Right.
And you say you're a proud American.
Right.
I think it's hard for people to reconcile why you thought it was okay to march up the steps and go inside at all.
So to march up the steps, to me, I didn't notice any barricades. I came in after the fact.
But you could tell there were broken windows, right? In fairness,
well,
couldn't
hang on.
you tell?
I didn't really, you don't really notice. You're just walking up and we're just like, and there's a bunch of people. You're more focused on people.
Had you seen the violence, what would you have done? If you had seen people breaking the windows, busting through barricades, running over Capitol police officers, pushing them out of the way.
Who knows?
When Cynthia McFadden first interviewed Ryan for Today last January, she had just been arrested.
The FBI raided my house and took my phone, my computer, and my MAGA hat.
Months later, she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor for illegally entering the Capitol. Her lawyers were asking for probation, but she continued to post on social media. You wrote, "Sorry, I have blonde hair, white skin, a great job, a great future, and I'm not going to jail."
Sorry, haters. Sorry, haters. I'm sorry.
Did you think that you weren't going to jail because of all those things?
No. No, I thought so because I had just talked to my attorney who had talked to the prosecutor, and I was so relieved. And then after that tweet, it's like, oh, you're screwed.
Do you think that tweet was directly linked to the reason you are going to prison?
I would say so. Yeah.
Seamus Hughes, Deputy Director of the Program on Extremism at George Washington University, has been tracking the January 6th cases.
Jenna Ryan's interesting because she's not interesting. In many ways, she's kind of an example of the rest of the 700 cases. An individual who was drawn into the process, kind of went down the rabbit hole and live streamed her crimes. Now, these are folks that didn't think they were doing anything wrong.
Ryan admits she's used her notoriety to build a following. She also says her real estate business has suffered. Do you have clients call you and say, I can't work with you anymore?
Yes, I did.
Still, she has expressed few regrets.
I would love it if people would change their mind and love me and respect the fact that I have a right to believe as I believe, that I have accepted responsibility. I'm going to do my time, and then I'm going to move on with my life.
This morning, Jenna Ryan is still sitting in federal prison. She tells me that she has a literary agent. She's planning on writing a book. She also says she supports former President Trump and hopes that he'll run in 2024. Savannah.
All right, Kate, thank you very much.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. This morning on Mr. Smith Goes To, an inside look at a groundbreaking discovery.
Yeah, Harry's traveling in time this morning. A T-Rex fossil found together with a Triceratops, the two dinosaurs, appearing to be caught in a fatal fight. And Harry, you visited the cowboy in Montana who helped unearth these incredible fossils.
Well, for folks who have been in the West, like especially in the Dakotas, in Montana and Wyoming, little pieces like this of dinosaur, they're on the ground, I mean, kind of like all over the place. So we went out to Montana to meet a real live cowboy dinosaur hunter. And what he found is going to be on display in a museum in North Dakota in the not too distant future in a way like you have never seen before.
On a ranch down the longest piece of gravel road we've ever seen, Clayton Phipps feeds his cattle. Up here along Montana's Missouri Breaks, it doesn't seem to rain anymore.
This is the worst drought I've ever seen. The old timers are even saying it's the worst one they've ever seen.
The price of hay is so high, Phipps has had to sell some of his cattle. Can't afford to feed them. Some years back, though, while working as a hand on another ranch, he met a man searching for fossils.
And I thought, wait a minute, you went out and found a rock and you're going to sell it $500. I bet I could do that. Literally. And so I started looking.
And that is what Phipps does. He hunts dinosaur fossils. You may have seen him on Discovery.
Good job, Clayton. Yeah. So then what I do is I follow the bone trail up.
Right.
What I call the bone trail, and I try to find the source. And as I walked up the hill, I could see some more bits rolling down the hill here.
Oh, I see. The bits often lead to something larger.
But hang on a second, this guy right here?
Yep, that's one.
That's a piece of dinosaur.
Yep.
A piece, it looks like, of a Triceratops. Yup, a Triceratops. This guy.
You know, you start imagining what the animal may have looked like, or what kind of environment it lived in.
Yeah.
How it reacted with other critters, and it's just fun to think about.
Phipps' imagination was sent sideways 15 years ago when he came across not one, but two full dinosaur skeletons, a T-Rex looking for all the world like it was about to take a bite out of a triceratops.
Yes, we just probably made the discovery of the century in paleontology. We were blessed. I got nothing else for you. We got lucky.
After a decade or more of legal quicksand, the so-called dueling dinosaurs have escaped to the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences.
So if you look closely right here, you'll see a broken tooth. This is a tyrannosaur tooth. It's actually embedded in the back of the Triceratops. This is like our silver bullet, you know, these little pieces of evidence that we can use to piece together what actually happened to these two animals that day 67 million years ago.
It's a stop action.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like literally 67 million years ago.
Exactly.
Dr. Lindsay Zano is the head of paleontology here. The specimens are not yet on display. She gave us a rare inside look.
Every bone in its skeleton from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail. The most complete tyrannosaur in all of North America.
Do we think he's a juvenile or a teenager?
That's a great question. And in another 5 years, I'll answer you. No, we know this is not an adult.
To be this close to a T-Rex was much, much better than any movie.
You have to run your finger along these teeth.
I can?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And they're serrated like a steak knife. So these animals literally just had a mouthful of knives.
Look at that.
Which explains why Dr. Zano went to the trouble of raising millions of dollars to bring the bones to North Carolina, where the museum is expanding to make room for a one-of-a-kind display.
Yeah, first we're gonna build that space in a lab that's fit for them and make it so that the public can actually walk inside the lab. Now, imagine if everyone can share in this experience that you and I are having. And it's so important these days that we break down that barrier, we make science transparent and accessible to the public so they can understand what scientists are actually doing and then have trust and faith in science.
Back in Montana, Clayton Phipps says every day the fossils are left to the elements is a day closer to their disintegration. Time's a wasted for these 67-million-year-old bones.
Yeah, one more winter, and you'll see when you get up there and look at it, one more winter, and it would have been, most of that piece that's left is gone. Well, we're saving another dinosaur right now.
That's
from certain extinction.
And of course, just to reiterate, the museum is in Raleigh, North Carolina, and this exhibit is going to be amazing. Imagine being able to take your kids through there and say, look at this with the scientists right there. Fantastic.
I'm
That's
gonna play the story
amazing.
back for Dell later.
Oh, that's
He
true.
still loves dinosaurs. Harry, it kind of makes you wonder what else is out west under the soil.
Well, I know with some of this stuff, as erosion continues with the wind and the occasional rain, these bones just basically come right up to the surface. So if you're the cowboy, you're like, I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of this. There are people in the scientific community that say, we don't like the way you do this, and sometimes these fossils go to the highest bidder, which cuts the museums out of the process. So it's not without some controversy, just like everything else.
What was I saying? Once you got the humans involved. Yeah. All right.
That's it.
Yeah, Harry.
I'll bring you back some dinosaur pieces.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you, Harry.
Mouthful of knives.
I know. That's memorable.
And of course, the Craig Melvin T-Rex. And those little short arms you can never get in those pockets.
Yes, I know.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? to some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammond with everything.
All right, it just did too.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so we know TikTok is known for dance challenges, recipe inspiration, but there's a whole community of TikTokers.
Yeah, so they use social media to share fun fitness videos. And our friend, celebrity trainer Bob Harper, is here to fill us in on some of the biggest workout trends and maybe even start one of his own. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning. How is everyone?
We're doing great. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
You look fantastic. All right, so let's dig in. Our first trend is a push-up challenge. Celebs like, I saw this one. Carrie Underwood did it. Jenna Dewan, they've tried it. Tell us what it's all about and what areas it works.
Well, first of all, I think that TikTok is genius because of all the fitness inspiration that they give. So all of a sudden, everyone started doing this left-right challenge.
Yep.
And it's a push-up challenge where you're down on the ground in a plank position and you got to start tapping your shoulders, and then you got to do a mountain climber. I mean, it's core strength.
And it's to the beat of music, Bob. Like, it's like, you know?
That's right. And that's what I love about TikTok, too, because it's all about the music. And I mean, you just get so inspired because, like, when I saw this challenge, I thought, there I am. I was like, let me get down on the ground and see if I can do it. It was really hard, but it was a lot of fun. I liked it.
That's cool.
All right. Okay, so I know about weighted jump ropes, but now we've gone full circle with weighted hula hoops.
Okay, Al, this hula hoop has become the bane of my existence because I consider myself to be a fit person. I can do things. I'm mobile. I'm agile. This thing was really difficult because the diameter is so much smaller than a normal hula hoop.
Yeah.
So I liked it because, A, it was a lot of fun. It made me laugh. It frustrated me. And also, you know what? Anything to get somebody up and moving and to work your core strength. I mean, look, these people are having a great time.
They're killing it. Is it heavy? Yeah. Like, is it hard?
It's not like, 10 pounds or something, but it's a few pounds. And normally with that weight, it makes it a little bit easier. Not with this. Look at that girl. I can't do it like that.
Wow.
That's crazy.
But you know what? If it gets somebody up and moving, it's worth a try, right? I mean, that's
right,
the whole
Chanel.
point.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, so this next one I haven't seen. It's called the Hot Girl Walk.
Oh, you do that every day?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I've been taking my hot girl walk a lot lately in the city, I got to tell you. But what I like about this is that it is a great low-impact activity that you are moving for about 4 miles, and during the 4 miles, you think about your goals. You really put your thoughts into words, and it's a real good motivator, and you just can get yourself on track, which I think is super important.
Okay.
So, Bob, we talked about the push-up challenge. You have now created a squat challenge. How does this work?
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that one of you guys is going to do it, especially Chanel.
So here's the thing. I'll try it. I have on heels, but, I'm yours.
Can you show us how it's done?
Okay, I'm going to move over to this camera.
Okay.
The challenge, Chanel, I want you to imagine that you have your shoes on, so you need to be up on your heels as high as you can and reach your arms forward, okay?
Okay.
And you're about 6 inches apart. Okay, you look good. Now from there, you got to go low into that squat. But think about keeping those heels all the way up. You're doing good.
Woohoo!
Come up.
Ooh, that's something.
Drop your heels. Now do one other thing. Knees together, Chanel.
Knees together.
Knees together.
Okay. See, knees together.
The exact same thing. Now
this is hard.
All the way down.
Look how steady you are. Well, of course, because you're you.
Wow. All right. Well, Bob, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I think we're pretty much done with that. Thank you so much. Okay, great.
Long,
Bob Harper.
lean legs for
Love
the
you.
summer. Okay.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Guys, it's gonna be good today. It's Wednesday. I'm back. I have a surprise for you on this Trends Day Wednesday. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, we just love seeing this man's face in this beautiful sweater. He's our pal and the host of E's Daily Pop, Justin Sylvester.
Yes, he knows everything that's going on in Hollywood. Justin, we haven't seen you since before the holidays, so we have a lot to catch up on today.
Oh, we have a lot to catch up on. First things first,
Yes.
Chanel, you're welcome. Sex Life was my idea, so you can go ahead and thank me.
Wait, did you
via
tell Jenna,
Venmo.
and then Jenna told me? Was it like a little a game there?
Yes, that's true.
Well, thank you.
And the second thing is, we have a new year.
Yes.
I like to start the new year off fresh.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and change the look a little bit of what we're doing.
Okay.
So Trends Day Wednesday is so 2021.
I'm here for it.
I'm going to rebrand this The Scoop for 2022.
Oh, yes, baby. I love
Scoop.
Don't you like it?
I
You're
like it.
Rebranding it. We need our own cups. You know what I mean? And let's get rid of that
We do
Daily
need our
Pop
own
and
cups.
just do the scoop. Okay?
Yes, I'm in.
All right, so Justin, let's talk about Janet Jackson. We're so excited about this documentary.
You guys, we are getting the first look at this Janet Jackson documentary. It's coming at the end of this month. Janet has been one of the most private celebrities, icons we have ever known. But now Janet is ready to take control of her narrative. The trailer recently just dropped. I am shook. Let's take a look at this exclusive look.
Wait, is this for real?
Wait,
I was like, wait, that's me.
I know.
That's you. No, hold on. Actually, give them the real video. Let's show them the real trailer of the Janet doc.
Janet is very private. For her to want to open up, I'm flabbergasted.
Did the allegations affect you career-wise?
Yeah. Guilty by association. Guess that's what they call that, right? They build you up, and then once you get there, they're so quick to tear you down.
Justin and his team have been trying to contact us about you doing the Super Bowl.
Redoing it? Oh, this is going to be good. Jen and I are talking back to the TV. That's how you know.
Yes, wait, what is the biggest surprise here? There's a lot of Justin talk, it sounds like.
The fact that Justin Timberlake reached out to Janet Jackson to perform at the Super Bowl, this all happened before his public apology earlier last year. I can't believe that was even in conversations because Janet and Justin have not had any contact, but if I were her, I think I would have done it. Would you have gone back on the stage with him?
To do it again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Oh, that's going to be a talker. And then she also talks about being a mom. I mean, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a good doc.
And look, Chanel, I know you're a super fan, so you know like in the 80s and the 90s, there was all these rumors about this secret baby that she had and put up for adoption. She's actually going to talk about that as well.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Okay, so new year, new Bachelor. We've fallen off. You don't still watch.
I've fallen off.
We've fallen off, so tell us everything.
Oh, girl, well, get back on because this is a messy season. And I love a messy season. But first off, the Bachelor's name is Clayton. The man is 6'5".
Wow.
He got a 9 to 5, and he played for the Seattle Seahawks. Need I said more? Okay,
there
look
you
at this
go.
man.
Yes.
But you know what? It's not about him. The ladies always bring the mess, starting with the limo arrivals. One woman brought an urn that she said contained her ex's ashes. Another woman brought a snake, and another showed up in a hot tub.
Wait, what?
If you show up with an urn or
Yeah.
a snake, I don't know. Yeah.
You're not getting a
You're
rose.
not getting a rose.
No, or in a hot tub.
You're not getting a rose.
You're not getting a
But
rose.
check this out. That wasn't even the messiest part. One contestant named Sally, girl, she showed up at his hotel and dropped a bomb that she was engaged just days before coming to the show. And guess what? You know, everyone loves a little toxic in their relationship. He gave her ass a rose on the spot,
No,
and she
Justin.
didn't take it. She turned him down.
What? Oh, this is the plot thickens here.
Yes. Okay.
Still not the messiest moment.
What?
There
Is
was a
another?
woman there who got Andy Cohen New Year's Eve lit, you know what I'm talking about? And she told everybody that she hated Clayton. You gotta see this.
Okay. Hated him.
Everyone's like, hey, can I sell you? And I was like, go. He sucks. All of us are stoked on Clayton. And it's just like, girl, that's my dream guy. Like, shut up.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, I hated it.
How are you gonna go about? Are you gonna tell him?
No.
I've like overheard Claire like saying some things, and I think that you should talk to her.
What exactly was she saying? I mean,
She was like, oh, I hate him.
I hate him. I don't know.
you hate me?
No, I don't hate you. I feel like we just haven't like clicked.
Oh, well, then you don't get a rose either.
Wait, sorry, Justin, the word in the Hager household, the word hate is pretty strong.
Yeah, we don't even allow
She
it.
barely
Right?
knows the fella.
Right? It's so crazy that she would say that. And then when he confronted her, was like, oh, I never said that. I
like,
cannot
we
wait
have it
for
on
this
tape, my
season.
friend.
It
It's
is
a
all
reality
kinds
show.
of messy.
All kinds of messy. You just put us back on.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we
Thank you,
love you,
Justin.
Justin. Happy 2022.
He's so fun.
He's the best, right?
He's so fun.
Okay, and you can catch Justin weekdays on Daily Pop on our sister network, E!
Well, won't you join us for another great morning tomorrow on Today? Giada De Laurentiis is going to pay us a visit. She's sharing a few great tips for lightening up your meals in 2022.
Have a great day. We'll see you all.
You know, today all day when it comes to Italian food, does it get any better than a scrumptious, mouth-watering, perfectly layered lasagna? I don't know. But up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is sharing the secret to his signature lasagna bolognese. Hint, it's all about the sauce, not the cheese. Unlike myself, I'm all about the cheese.
No matter where you are in Italy, you're gonna find amazing food. But if I had to pick the one city that just kills it, it's Bologna. Bologna is located in Emilia-Romagna, the best food region in the world. Tortellini, mortadella, prosciutto di Parma, the best balsamic vinegars from Modena, all found in this little region in Italy. But if I had to choose one dish that just blows my mind when I'm there, it's lasagna. And it all starts with a delicious bolognese. First, I'm going to make my signature bolognese. We'll take that and transform it into the best lasagna you have ever had. Hopefully there'll be some leftovers because I'd love to whip up my version of a sloppy joe, a sloppy bow. Don't get me wrong, I love a traditional Sunday sauce with meatballs, sausage, braciole, but it takes all day. It requires a million pots. You're frying, you're this, you're that. It's delicious, but nothing beats a good bolognese. All done in one pot, and once you get past the cutting of the vegetables, which is the most time-consuming part, the work's all done. First, I'm going to trim my carrots and dice them. This is one of the bases of our bolognese, and it's called the sofrito. In Italian cooking, the sofrito is carrots, celery, and red onion, and it's very similar to, like, say, a French mirepoix. When cutting something like a carrot, it rolls. So cut a little nib off the side, and now you have a stable carrot where you can cut your cross slices. No fingers in your bolognese, please. It's a little more than we need, but I would say more is better than less. Let's move on to our celery. Smells really good. I don't like raw celery, but there's something so delicious about cooked celery. See how easy it is to cut these into little sticks just because it's a straight rib. Do I attempt this all at once? Let's not do that to ourselves. You can see how much quicker the celery is. Last but not least, our onions. A lot of people ask me, how do you keep from crying when you are chopping onions? You don't. And honestly, red onions and shallots for that matter, kill me. So fingers crossed that I don't look like an idiot in the next 3 minutes. With the Italian sofrito, it's a red onion. I like a red onion. I think it gives great flavor. But you can use a yellow or a white, just not as traditional. So far, so good in the tier department. Hopefully I didn't just jinx myself. Okay, we made quick work of those two. So that's our sofrito. And it's a little heavy-handed, but I am totally okay with that. I love a bolognese loaded with the vegetables. Now my nemesis, a head of garlic. I'm gonna try to do this in one shot today. So I'm using 4 cloves. I'm gonna find the 4 largest cloves at least. Love garlic. Must be packed with garlic flavor. So we'll just thinly slice these cloves of garlic. Set those aside. Last thing we need to do before we actually start cooking is to puree our tomatoes. You can do this in a food processor, you can do this in a blender, but it could be a little messy. So I'm using San Marzano, which are considered the best tomatoes in the world. It needs to be certified because people can just say, hey, these are San Marzano, and they're not. And they're whole peeled, which means the skins have been removed. Submerge it, because if you turn it on towards the top, you're going to be wearing it. Just wiggle it around. Make sure you get all of those tomatoes pureed. Slowly make your way towards the top, and you can see that really cool water feature, which means that this is pretty much completely pureed. And I did not make a mess. So 1 and 2. Spoke too soon. Okay, now that we have our mise en place all done, let's get cooking. You're gonna need a big ass pot for this bolognese. So a pot like this, or even a really nice big Dutch oven works great. Just something that's pretty heavy. We'll add a couple of tablespoons or so of really good extra virgin olive oil. And then we're gonna start building flavors. First, with some pancetta. I love buying it already cubed. It is a little bit difficult to cube because it's so fatty. If you're only able to find it in chunk form, throw it in the freezer for a few minutes. It'll make slicing it that much easier. All the fat from the pancetta is gonna render right into this sauce and just add so much depth of flavor. It's like Rice Krispies. Can you hear it popping? I want to get this pancetta nice and crispy. If you don't cook it enough, it's going to be chewy. We don't want chewy. So you can see how nice and crispy our pancetta is at this point. Now to add the next level of flavor to our bolognese, and that is our sofrito. At this point, I'm also going to add a pinch of salt. We want to season this in layers. We're going to cook this for about 10 to 12 minutes. We really want the vegetables to soften and take on the slightest bit of color, which is really going to bring out the natural sugars, but we don't want to over caramelize it as well. This is looking great. Time to add our garlic. We'll let this cook for about a minute, minute and a half, just till it's nice and fragrant, which is almost always immediately. Okay, so we'll give this a second, and let's get our meat. I'm using meatloaf mix. Most supermarkets carry it, makes life pretty easy, but if you can't find it like that, you can just purchase all the components separately. So it's 1 pound of ground beef and a ½ pound each of ground pork and ground veal. So let's get all this meat into our pot. How attractive was that? Don't forget, season in layers. And now, start breaking it up. Be aggressive. This is one of those times where you want really delicate bits of meat, sort of like in a chili. We don't want big lumps here. Carpal tunnel is getting the best of me today, boys and girls. Okay. A good bolognese needs a good wine. I'm using a nice dry red wine for our bolognese. One of the best sounds in the world. Two-thirds of a cup or so. Stir it in. Our meat, our vegetable is going to start absorbing it immediately. We'll just let this cook for a minute or two to reduce slightly. Once again, that aroma, magic. It's ready for our tomatoes. Get all of that tomato sauce out of the can. Stir that tomato sauce in. Isn't it beautiful already? You can see how liquidy it is right now, but we're gonna reduce most of that off. A couple of last ingredients to throw in there. Some rosemary. I like to cut myself a nice generous sprig. Same with oregano. These are kind of on the smaller side, so I'm gonna just grab a few sprigs. More flavor, more aroma, more deliciousness. And a bay leaf. Throw those in there, stir it in. I'm gonna bring this to a boil, then we'll reduce it to a simmer and let it cook for 2 hours.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered to
All right, it just me too.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Our bolognese has been simmering for the last 2 hours, and you can see how much of that liquid has reduced. It's a thing of beauty. Just to add a little bit more flavor, I'm gonna add some nutmeg, about 1/4 teaspoon, freshly grated when possible. And our last ingredient, milk, 2/3 cup. It's also going to change the color of our bolognese, giving it this beautiful mauve? I don't know, is that the right color? It's gonna give us this gorgeous lightened red color. Look how beautiful. Mix it all together and then give it another 30 minutes simmering, stirring every now and then it is time to dig in. This bolognese is delicious on its own, and I honestly can sit here with a spoon and just eat it like that. If it was dinner time, I would cook some pappardelle and serve it with that, but because it's lunchtime, I'm going to make a sloppy bow. All you need is some really good bread. This is brioche roll. It's nice and soft, and I'm looking for something soft because I want all of the sauce to kind of soak into the bread and make it sloppy. Don't be cheap. How beautiful is that? Now, put the lid on, give it a little press. Don't worry about the mess. You can see how the sauce has already found its way into that bun. All that's left is to take a bite. I can eat this for lunch any day of the week. Looks like I have a lot of bolognese left in here. Plenty to make my signature lasagna.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered to
All right, it just me too.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I know that lasagna may sound intimidating, but it really just comes down to great sauces. And we've already made our bolognese. All that's left is a bechamel. That's going to be our creamy component. It's velvety, silky smooth, and really makes the dish. Growing up, my mom would make a more Italian-American version with a ton of ricotta cheese, mozzarella cheese, sometimes crumbled meatballs or sauteed ground beef. And that's delicious, don't get me wrong, but I promise you're not gonna miss the cheese in this lasagna. So let's make our bechamel. First thing I'm gonna do is get the milk. 3 3/4 cups of milk, and I'm gonna throw it in the microwave. You can warm it on a stovetop. The reason we wanna warm it is if we add too cold a milk to the base of our bechamel, which is a roux, it's gonna seize and clump. We want a nice velvety sauce. Perfect, nice and warm like my heart. Next, I'm gonna measure out the flour. This is what's gonna thicken our bechamel, and I wanna have it ready so that my butter doesn't burn. This is one of those sauces that comes together very quickly, so don't walk away from it. 1 healthy portion of butter. Just a stick. Get that all nice and melty. Bechamel is the secret to many a good mac and cheese. It's also amazing on sandwiches, like a croque monsieur. I always feel like I say that wrong. But it is a very versatile sauce. Okay. Start off on medium-high heat. We don't want our butter to burn. Once it's melted, add all the flour at once and whisk to combine. From this point on, do not put down your whisk. Once it starts to foam like this, it's time to slowly add in our nice warm milk. If you add too much at once, it's gonna seize. So be a little patient. It's already starting to look nice and velvety. Whisk really well. Get into the corners of the pot. You don't want to think that you're doing a good job and then come to find out that the edges are all burnt. You have to be a little generous with the salt here. There's nothing giving it any seasoning. We don't want it to be bland. We want it to add more flavor to our lasagna. You can also increase the heat here. We do want to bring this to a boil. A boil is what's going to activate the starches in the flour and give it the proper thickness. Once it starts boiling, 2 minutes of whisking. That's all that's left. That will cook off the starch that's in the flour because you don't want to taste it. And that's all there is to the perfect bechamel. See how it coats my spatula? Perfect. Now for the fun part. We're going to build our lasagna. So here I have just a standard 9x13 casserole dish, and this is what we're gonna build our lasagna in. We have both of our sauces ready to go. The only 2 other ingredients that I need, some noodles and some pecorino. do yourself a favor, save yourself the time. No boil noodles, my best friend. Building it is really easy and also really fun. So a ladle for my bechamel, a ladle for my bolognese. Start by taking about a cup of our bolognese and putting it on the bottom of our 9x13 casserole. This is just the starter layer. Push it all around evenly. The one thing with the no-boil noodles is it relies on the liquid found in the sauces to cook. So every inch, every millimeter needs to be covered. No naked spots of noodles. So just work that into the corners and along the bottom. Just like that. Doesn't the bolognese look so good? Now it's time for arts and crafts. We want to get as many noodles in this as possible by breaking them. Think of it like building a mosaic. So channel your inner elementary school self. I like to break off the corner piece just so it kind of nestles in, and press it down. And then you just kind of start playing around, carefully breaking off pieces as needed to fit. And it doesn't need to be perfect, but we want to do the best job that we can. The bottom layer, this is fine for. As we build our way up and the sides taper out more, we'll be able to fit more noodles in. Save all your scraps. You never know when you're going to need them. Now we just start adding all of our layers. So more of our delicious bolognese, about a cup and a half, which happens to be 3 ladlefuls. Here's one of those rosemary stems. Pull that out and then start spreading. Don't forget, cover as much of these noodles as possible. We are going to be adding some of the bechamel on top, so that will fill in any gaps. Work that all around. Our noodles are nice and covered. Time for our first batch of bechamel. About 2/3 of a cup. And give it a nice drizzle. If you haven't done so, now is a good time to preheat your oven to 375 degrees. A nice sprinkling of some pecorino right on top. Little extra flavor, little extra saltiness. And now, repeat. We did it. That takes care of our noodles. Just the last layer of sauces. Swirl that last top layer on. Just think it looks a little bit more fun since it's what you're going to see when you pull it out of the oven. And then just our last final bit of pecorino cheese. All that's left to do is bake this in a 375-degree oven, uncovered for 45 minutes. I can't wait to dig in.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last movie. Was talking smack part of this? We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last movie. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Wow. Look at this. Oh, doesn't this look amazing? Cannot wait to dig into it. This should serve 8 people. This would be enough for me and my parents. You serve as many people as you want to serve with it. I like the crispy corner pieces, but I would probably make sure that everyone got a little bit if I was serving this at a party or something. Are you ready? I'm nervous. Wow. Not too shabby if I don't say so myself. Look at all of these layers. You can see that creamy bechamel on top, and it's loaded with that bolognese. Takes me straight back to Bologna. Okay, go home now. Mine.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
That was like the light bulb moment.
I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. There was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world. When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it? Hello, everyone, and welcome to She Made It. For the next half hour, we'll highlight some incredible women. They are entrepreneurs inspiring all of us to live our best lives. If you want to look and feel better for the new year, these women can help. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list. Small businesses I've had my eye on that you're going to want to shop for and support. And of course, because it's me, we've got some major deals in store just for our Today All Day viewers. Just go ahead and scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen. Let's get started. And we're kicking off this episode with one of our most memorable She Made It success stories. A woman who was a single mom on food stamps and now runs her own multi-million-dollar company. She had a vision to change how we eat, and now she's reaping the fruits of her hard work.
Ashley Trenier is on a mission to change how we eat. She is the founder and CEO of Farmbox Direct, a service that delivers fresh produce straight to your door.
I had a really hard time even having accessibility to fresh fruits and vegetables that were great organic produce. And it turns out across the country, I'm not the only person with this problem.
Launched in 2014, Farmbox Direct has grown into a multi-million-dollar company.
So how proud are you of yourself?
I'm super proud. There's been a lot of tears along the way, a lot of hard work and sleepless nights.
It's been a tough journey for Ashley, who just 9 years ago struggled to feed herself and her newborn daughter, Harlow. I know there weren't obviously all smiles.
When I ended up pregnant with my husband and I, we split up. I had to get on government assistance. I was given something like, I think it's $8 a day to live off of.
What was that like for you as a mom, living on food stamps?
I was thinking, like, what am I gonna do? Because it wasn't just me any longer. I had, I was going to have a child to look after as well. And so when I think of what lives within me, that's pushed me to here is hustle.
And hustle she did. Ashley saved up enough money and moved from Arizona to New York City, where she found a job in fashion. As a single parent with a busy schedule, she says grocery shopping, especially for healthy food items for her and her daughter, became more and more difficult.
It was very important to me, since this is what she was putting in her body, that it was the best quality that I could get.
Inspired to fill this void, Ashley left her job, and with the money she saved up, she created Farmbox Direct from the ground up, even delivering items herself to people's homes.
We originally just delivered in New York City and Brooklyn. And so it would be 11 o'clock at night, and I was like driving around with my, at the time, 3-year-old daughter, delivering farm boxes.
When she wanted to expand the company, she needed to raise money, but says she wasn't taken seriously at first.
I can remember like VCs judging me as soon as I walked into the room that I didn't have education, and, well, how do you think that, you could turn this into anything more? And I'm like, off of like a $70,000 investment. We're doing $3 million a year. Like, I think I've done okay this far.
The company today has over 10,000 customers, shipping everywhere across the country. Now Ashley's daughter is following in her mom's footsteps. Just last month, the mother-daughter duo launched Harlow's Harvest, a monthly recipe kit targeted for kids.
1, 2, 3, action.
At 7 years old, Harlow is the youngest CEO I'd ever met.
What is your job in this company?
It's Harlow's Harvest, and it's when you learn how to cook food, and you do recipes for other people so they can learn more and more.
The idea came from Harlow's love of cooking, and she showed me a thing or two in the kitchen.
I think we deserve a high five for today. And congratulations on all of your success.
Thank you.
And your beautiful relationship.
Thanks.
And just this October, Farmbox announced it will be the first and only national online grocer to accept food stamps as part of their new expansion into healthcare with Farmbox RX. Boxes start at $40. How beautiful. And they have an amazing deal happening right now exclusively for our viewers. Get 20% off your first Farmbox Direct box with the code TODAY20. Well, coming up, the woman who turned a simple idea into her own food company. And we've got more deals on the way, so don't go anywhere.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back. Our next story is all about a woman who turned a simple idea into a full-blown food company. Caitlin Smith was just 24 years old when she realized there was a connection between what she ate and how she felt. When she realized there weren't a lot of clean eating options, she made her own, starting Simple Mills from scratch.
We're the #1 largest natural baking mix brand. We're the #2 largest natural cracker brand and the #3 largest natural cookie brand.
Do you ever just sit here and look around and say, I can't believe I did this?
Yeah, it's stunning.
It's stunning because just 6 years ago, Caitlin Smith founded her company Simple Mills based on her own personal needs.
It started when I was working a job that I was traveling a ton and I was eating a lot of processed food and honestly I wasn't feeling like myself. I wasn't feeling well.
Caitlin decided to clean up her diet. She then wanted to share what she learned with others.
I had to do something about it. I had to be a part of the solution.
She started experimenting with gluten and grain-free recipes using simple, nutritious ingredients and nothing artificial.
I know there was a time that you couldn't even afford a mixer, and now you're trying to change the way America eats. So take me through that timeline.
I would actually put all of the powders into basically a food-grade barrel, and I would roll it back and forth across the table, which it turns out commercial mixers don't work that differently, but I didn't know that at the time.
That's hysterical, but how would you even know to do that? You were just like, what can I do that will simulate that?
Yeah, I mean, it was either that or take like a really big spoon, but that doesn't really mix it.
Once she had her recipes, Caitlin spent every weekend trying to get her product noticed by booking in-store demonstrations and cold calling shops directly for sales.
Within a few months, we were the best-selling muffin mixes on Amazon, which is crazy.
In 2013, Caitlin took Simple Mills to the next level by taking on a lot of personal financial risk.
I ended up having to sell my car, my parents mortgaged their house to help pay for the business, and I realized, like, okay, I need a team to help me. I raised money that took about 6 months.
This office is so beautiful, so huge, and I love this. You call it the timeline wall, but I'm calling it the wall of fame because you told me about so many parts of this, how this all happened.
This is my kitchen back when I was developing the first recipes. It was all done in that little space there.
It's amazing. Just a typical kitchen like any of us would have.
She's come a long way since that tiny kitchen. Now there are food scientists developing recipes, over 40 employees, and a company that has more than doubled every year it's been in business.
I do not cook at all.
But I was eager to sample her treats, from crackers to cupcakes and my favorite, brownies.
That's really good. An amazing story, and Simple Mills has a variety of all-natural gluten-free cookies, crackers, snacks, and baking mixes. We have some of their new products here with us this morning, which they launched after announcing their commitment to regenerative agriculture. How cool is that? All right, next up, another food brand that's all about eating well and feeling good. Just last year, I spoke to Fourth and Heart founder Raquel Tavares to learn about her lactose-free, shelf-stable, spreadable butter. It's called ghee, and it may just become your go-to pantry staple.
Ghee is our core product, and a lot of the investors that we would see, they would say, that's not a big enough category, we don't see it, we don't see it.
Raquel Tavares had a hunch that she could create an empire on melted butter. She just had to convince the world that an ancient recipe is still a timeless one.
For people who aren't familiar with ghee, what is it?
So ghee is a lactose-free spreadable butter that you can keep out of the refrigerator and that you can cook with at high temperatures.
Raquel is the creator of the Fourth and Heart brand, which starts with melted grass-fed butter that is cooked and filtered of all its milk solids. The end result is a pure clarified butter fat with fewer calories than olive or coconut oil. Ghee has been a staple of Indian and Middle Eastern cooking for centuries.
Since ghee is free of trans fatty acids, it's much healthier for your body.
As a dietitian, Raquel's mom taught her early on about the health benefits of ghee that have been said to improve digestion and reduce inflammation. Raquel was also interested in health and wellness. She became a yoga teacher in San Francisco, but always dreamed of having her own business.
What part of yoga did you love?
A lot of the lessons that I've learned as a yoga teacher and as a yogi, I've been able to apply to being an entrepreneur as well.
For example?
Patience, the ability to have to change course on the fly.
In 2013, Raquel looked at a jar of her homemade ghee and realized her business had been in her kitchen all along.
And I thought to myself, shelf-stable butter, who doesn't want that? And that was the beginning of Fourth and Heart and the genesis of what you see today. I love making it with the ghee because it leaves it really crispy on the edges.
It smells delicious.
In 2014, she started selling ghee in Los Angeles and then presented at a food expo.
I know grilled cheese was a big part of your business model.
When I was thinking, what do I want to make at the trade shows that everybody can understand? The grilled cheese sandwich.
A few months later, the product took off, helped in part, she believes, by the popularity of keto and paleo diets that are high in healthy fats.
How many products do you have right now on shelves?
We have 15 products.
In how many stores?
We are in 10,000 stores.
Wow. You say that so casually.
I know, well, sometimes I have to pause.
With over $18 million raised, Fourth and Heart now has multiple ghee flavors, sprays, oils, chocolate spread, and soon a protein bar.
Do you ever take a moment to say, wow, I created this?
Yeah, I do. You do have to take a moment to say, wow, look what I've created, look at what we've created, and it's been incredible, no regrets.
All right, in case you're wondering, the name Fourth and Heart is a reference to the fourth chakra of the body, the heart. Fourth and Heart is now the largest ghee brand in the category. And of course, they've got a special offer just for Today viewers, 20% off with the code TODAY20, and it's delicious. Well, up next, our most colorful She Made It, the woman behind a fitness craze that has us all sing orange when we come back.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, this entrepreneur is the ultimate fitness motivator. She is a powerhouse who made it despite some big obstacles. I worked up a sweat with her back in 2019 and learned all about the orange obsession.
I'm passionate about changing people's lives in fitness.
Ellen Latham is the creator and co-founder of Orange Theory Fitness, a workout program with 1,200 studios in 50 states and over 20 countries. Ellen's life has always centered around fitness. She grew up in Niagara Falls, New York. Ellen's father was the football coach at the local high school and her inspiration.
What did you learn from him that is now in business?
It was a sports psychology theory called momentum shifting. So momentum shifting up is focusing on what you have, what you do well, not on what you don't have and don't do well. And that helped me very much.
After graduating with degrees in physical education and physiology, Ellen landed a job at a high-end spa in Florida and worked her way up to become the fitness director. But one day, everything suddenly changed.
My boss calls me into his office and he basically tells me, Ellen, I have to let you go today. And I was devastated.
Getting fired was probably the best thing that's ever happened to you.
It's so true. It is so incredibly true.
At 52 years old and a single parent, Ellen started a Pilates studio out of her home, but quickly expanded. And from it, she created a highly specialized training regimen.
It worked because it was based on how the human cells respond to exercise, and people were raving about the kind of results that they got.
So that was, I think, the aha moment.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Ellen was approached by one of her clients to franchise the workout. And in 2010, Orange Theory Fitness was born. The 1-hour workout is comprised of 5 heart rate zones based on individual heart rate, designed so you spend at least 12 minutes in the 84 to 91% range, or the orange zone.
So now we're going up and now we're challenging.
And I got to try it out at Orange Theory headquarters in Boca Raton.
Legs, trunk, arms, arms, trunk, legs.
The workout is the same at every location.
I got up to 143.
Yay! So these literally are the real brains of the operation. This is the design lab, and this is where all the workouts are created and designed, and they're sent to the 1,200 studios.
It's so popular, members post on social media.
We don't even think of ourselves as a fitness company. We think of ourselves as a more life company.
By the end of this year, Orange Theory is projected to have 1 million members.
To affect 1 million human beings with something that I kind of created, it's unbelievable.
What would be your best advice for somebody who just got fired or needs to reinvent his or her life?
Yeah, you have to be relentless, especially as a woman. You have to believe that you deserve big things, and you have to ask yourself, why not me?
Well, it's not easy, but the workout is well worth it. I felt it the next day and the day after. Well, after Orange Theory was forced to close all studios due to the pandemic, the business pivoted to Orange Theory at Home, an app which includes free workouts for members and non-members alike. How cool. All right, turning now to one of my favorites. I spoke with Georgina Gooley, who is on a mission to overhaul the female body care experience with a brand that's making self-care less taboo, while at the same time getting those price points razor sharp.
You have to be persistent. You really have to believe in your idea and that you are solving a legitimate problem. You have to persist.
Georgina Gooley is growing a brand that's truly female first.
Billy is like the unicorn of razors.
The unicorn of razors.
She is the co-founder of Billy, a razor and body care brand that's delivering women's grooming products straight to your door.
When I say Billy, what comes to your mind?
Billy's my baby. We really thought that there was a white space to give women affordable, high-quality razors and to really build a brand that champions womankind in a category that had always thought of them as an afterthought.
The idea for Billy started when the Australian-born founder realized a woman's pink razor was more expensive than a man's blue razor. This extra cost for specific products is often referred to as the pink tax.
Can you explain what that is?
I personally was shaving with men's razors because I was aware of this pink tax, and this is a premium, it could be 10 to 15% put on products that are marketed towards women. And it's not just razors, it's in fashion, it's dry cleaning is completely egregious, but it's this idea that women are willing to pay more.
So in 2016, Georgina set out to trim the pink tax, leaving her full-time advertising job to focus on the razor brand. And a year later, she and co-founder Jason Bravman launched Billy in November 2017.
On the day of launch, it was the two of us, charging forward and hoping that people would see the opportunity in the same way we did. And we were so lucky. I think by day 2, we had sold to all 50 states. And at that point, we were like, okay, I think we're onto something.
How did you know there was a white space? I think a lot of people think, I want to start a business, but how do you know?
The best businesses are solving a problem that you recognize as a consumer. Most shaving brands have started as men's brands and then they sort of spin out a women's brand. And we really did feel that this was a very masculine category and women shave. We really felt like no one is addressing this problem and that becomes the white space.
Since their launch, Billy has been turning heads with their campaign ads, becoming the first razor brand to show body hair.
Basically, the beginning of each of your campaigns, it's we all have hair. It's okay to talk about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You saw all these commercials where you had women shaving already shaved legs because the idea of a woman with body hair was so, I don't know, taboo for society. And we thought, well, that's ridiculous. Hey, let's just acknowledge the fact that women have hair and it's entirely their choice whether they want to keep it or remove it. But that message really resonated not only with women in the US, but the campaign went viral. It was really fantastic to be able to sort of galvanize women and sort of break, I guess, stereotypes and stigmas that are held against women.
Today, Billy's sales have grown in the past year, now expanding their collection to clean beauty products.
Where do you see the company going now?
For me, if you can build a successful business and also be a force of positive change, that's all you can ask for, really.
This is really great. If you haven't tried it and wanted to, this is a great place to start. Billy has since launched a colorful new razor, Malibu, which is inspired by the glory of a 90s summer. All right, coming up, my She Made It list. Small businesses I'm obsessed with at the moment because they're just good for you. We'll be right back.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivered.
All right, it just me too.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, as most of you know, I am always on the hunt. So welcome back to my She Made It list, where I'm sharing some incredible small businesses I've had my eye on, and I'm finally getting to share them with you. All of these businesses are female founded and are making waves in the health and wellness industry. All right, let's start with Gold. Gold was founded by Trinity Muzan Wofford in 2017 with the mission of bringing approachable products powered by superfoods to the wellness industry. Gold's face masks are made from pure, edible superfoods. There's the Clean Greens Purifying Face Mask, which is made with 100% pure edible superfoods. The Papaya Bright Exfoliating Face Mask is packed with vitamin C and smells like a tropical vacation. This is really incredible. This is a great brand to try out. If you're looking to get into this world and looking for a new skincare line, this is really, really a great starter kit, so check out our site. All right, next up we have Great Nola. Now, Great Nola was founded by Erica Lou Williams, an ex-techie, former Olympic trial swimmer turned food entrepreneur, with the belief that we should have access to snacks we love for both their taste and what they're made of. Their newest flavor, peanut butter. It features stress-relieving ashwagandha and was launched in partnership with UN Foundation Girl Up. Every purchase directly benefits Girl Up and their mission to achieve global gender equality. Really delicious as well, and for a good cause. All right, and last up, but definitely not least, a grounded item. Danielle Daswell and Mignon Hemsley want their company Grounded to help us tap into the healing power of plants. They have safely shipped over 20,000 plants across the country to help people reconnect with nature, especially those working from home. And a lot of us have been working from home for the past 18 months, just getting back into the swing of things. So they are also gearing up for their first ever virtual plant care class. That's right, you heard me right, a virtual plant care class, so we can all take it, for those of us who might not have the greenest of thumbs, me included. Their plant specialists will cover the basic knowledge of how to care for plants, while also using them as tools to enhance all aspects of health. That's a really beautiful thing to do with your family, with your daughters, with your children, to really just learn, because they're not only beautiful, but there are health benefits to having plants in your house and keeping them alive. So we hope you'll try that out. And that's all for our She Made It Health Edition. Thanks for watching, everyone. And remember to shop these small businesses and get all the deals we showed you today. Head over to today.com/shop. I just love doing these shows. Go women. And I love these women who have built their businesses, pivoted during the pandemic, and made it work. I'm Jill Martin, and I'll see you next time. Happy shopping, everybody.
My name's Jon Stewart. I've been away from television for some time. This is what I look like now.
First thing, how did it feel to be back in front of an audience? Were you like, sweet studio audience, or were you nervous?
Because of the COVID, I'm still not very pleased when anybody exhales. I just sort of thought all right, let's do this like free diving. We're gonna go into the studio, we're gonna hold our breath for as long as we can hold it, and then we're out of there. But so I'm still not as comfortable. I have performed since then. Dave Chappelle put together this kind of great stand-up series and music series, all this stuff, in a cornfield in Ohio. So I've done a little bit of that. So I was around some audience. Although it's funny, when we did it in the field, everybody had to be masked because this was still early on. So there was no vax, so there was no nothing. And it felt a little bit like a Faustian bargain. You can perform, you can do your comedy, but you can see no one's mouths. You can see no smiles. So
That's hard as a performer, isn't it?
You look for the crinkle in the eye. You come back off stage, you go oh my God, did you see the crinkle? I was killing out there.
So crinkly.
Why would I go back to a visual medium? I could have done a podcast.
Unfortunately, it was my idea. I'm the idiot that cajoled myself. So yeah, I'm excited to do it. It felt like a nice evolution of the kinds of conversations that we've been having on The Daily Show and things like that.
Let's just get this out of the way. Is it funny?
There are hopefully there are moments of humor and levity. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I mean, it sort of starts, if you had seen kind of the things that we've done on The Daily Show, it begins with kind of a more Daily Show-esque essay at the top, sort of a more visual video essay to kind of orient the audience to whatever topic or issue that we're discussing. And then it moves on to things that are probably a little bit less familiar for that audience. But depending on the topic, yeah, I mean, certainly the episode on toxic exposures in the military is slightly less amusing than, let's say, the Freedom episode. But you know, it's of a similar piece, and we have some humor in it, we hope.
We're talking about this country. What's okay, what isn't? What are the priorities? That has to change or nothing will change.
I thought watching it, the answer is yes, it's funny. It'll make you laugh, but it also might make you cry.
Oh, well hold on a second.
Thank you.
I'm going to use that on the, it makes you laugh, it makes you cry. That's going right on the magazine head, Savannah. I'm going to put that in quotes. Savannah Guthrie, Today's Show. It'll make you laugh, it'll make you cry.
Maybe I missed my career in marketing.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. You're the blurb queen. Everybody who said, I'm going to talk to Savannah Guthrie said, oh, are you talking about the blurb queen?
Oh, yeah. Blurb.
She can blurb it like nobody blurbs it.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Jon Stewart. Why don't we begin tonight with something non-controversial? We support our troops, unless they actually need support.
There's a lot of it that feels like The Daily Show, but it also is going a lot deeper. And I don't mean deeper into the controversy. You're going deeper into the substance.
Well, I hope so. I mean, it's, part of the experience of the last few years has been realizing that some of the things that you believe are the obstacles to certain progress or certain improvements and things that just seem obvious are not what's actually going on. Like the Today Show, like you're in there every day, man. You make your bones on volume. Like no matter what, you're there. And you can create that impression. And it felt to me maybe a chance to step back for a second and maybe look at the system.
I don't think I'm going to miss being on television every day. I'm going to miss coming here every day.
Was there any part of you that decided to come back to TV because of anything that's happened in the last 5 years where you felt like, I am dying to get this off my chest? I wish I had a show right now, because if I did, I would say this.
Not really. I mean, I feel like I get things. I mean, maybe that's because of stand-up, but I feel like I get to get things off my chest all the time. I have children. I get to unburden myself at breakfast and dinner almost every day. One of the audience members said, you know, these past 5 years, you've missed so much, the entirety of the Trump administration and the pandemic. And I had to say that, you know, just so you know, like, I am still alive in the world. Like, it's, you know, I think there's a sense sometimes that when you're not on television, you stop existing because that's how people sort of see you. Yeah. It really had more to do with an idea I had about one of the reasons why I left The Daily Show is I felt that I had stagnated, that I really I couldn't think of how to evolve that format in a meaningful enough way that it made sense to stay. And, you know, people have asked me, did you feel the pressure from the audience and things like that? I never felt that, but you do from the staff. You know that, like, you've got this staff, they're young, they're really talented, they're hungry, they're industrious, and your mind's wandering.
I love the people here. They're the best. They're creative and collaborative and kind, and that's alliterative, but it's cheating because it's a K. But you understand what I'm saying. I love them and respect them so much.
Yeah! And so that's not fair to them. Yeah. And this idea that I had was the first time I felt like, oh, that feels like an evolution to me that makes sense, that's organic, and that I feel invested in. And so I think that was more the motivation of it. And also the children and Tracy have had enough of me. I think that was a lot of it as well. They just thought, like, you know, office in New York, get up there maybe 3-5 times a week. Not a bad thing.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't have any specific plans. Got a lot of ideas. I got a lot of things in my head.
We need to talk about this new pastime of yours that happened during the interregnum, during the time you were off The Daily Show.
Yes.
You've gotten a new talent. Do you want to tell the viewers about it?
First of all, very kind of you to say a new talent.
I didn't say you were talented.
I have a new, let's say this, I have a new behavioral tick involving drumsticks. Yeah, no, it's something I'd always wanted to be to interact with music. I think if I could, most comedians I think are probably frustrated musicians, and I've always wanted to do it, and it turns out guitar is really hard. And I picked up a guitar and I tried that, and I thought, oh, that's going to be like 5 to 7 years before I can just play Blackbird poorly. But I do know how to hit things and bang on them. Done that. And so I started that, not realizing obviously the intricacies and how complex and difficult really playing drums is. But it does allow you to put on headphones and put on some of your favorite music and kind of, bang away at it. And I've loved it. I wish I had more time for it. I wish I was better at it.
Okay, how does the family feel about your drum playing?
Well, if you can imagine you're living with an older gentleman who won't stop doing this. Hey man, how's the pizza?
You have the drummer's overbite.
Oh, the drummer's overbite. Sometimes you shut the eyes. But you can imagine, so I'm generally annoying because I like to talk a lot. So at meals, that's annoying. And then when you add tapping, that elevates it to an entirely new scale of, oh my God, when do I get to go to college?
Well, let's go back to the show. You do something in the show that you didn't ever do at The Daily Show, which is you went out in the field and actually conducted an interview.
Yes.
One-on-one.
Yes.
It wasn't humorous. The first interview you did was with our Veterans Affairs Secretary, member of the cabinet. It was tense.
This delay is killing people. Yes. As soon as I was out there, I was like, oh my God, is this what the correspondents had to do? This is awful. I don't like this at all. Yeah, you're just sitting there in a room and there's no audience and there's the lights and you're like, hey, I think this guy might be getting mad at me. This isn't good. How am I going to get out of this?
It's really unpleasant.
Yeah, I don't care for it. Very tense.
Does that mean you're going to be nicer to the media in this new show?
No.
Should people expect you to skewer the media as you did? Should Fox News be scared?
One question didn't seem to really come up that much, which is, what is Fox?
Listen, man, I was on every day for 16 years. They weren't scared. So I don't think anybody should be scared of anything that we do, but hopefully, we'll still hopefully have that same eye for hypocrisy, or, contradictions, things like that. But maybe a more realistic eye of like what the efficacy of pointing that out is, which apparently is very low.
What about dissent?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you want to bring in dissenting views? Would you ever want to do, dare I say it, a crossfire style interview or debate with someone? Does that appeal to you at all?
I mean, debate is always, anytime you have an opportunity, I think that, like the interview that we did, it wasn't necessarily crossfire, but it certainly wasn't two like-minded individuals sitting down. I think you always want to hear, I think the question is that idea of opposing viewpoints, because it sets it up as a kind of a binary. And I think if anything that I've kind of figured out over the years is there's very little binary that exists other than within kind of a media construct, because as you know, like the difficulty with media is it has to be producible. So I think the benefit of not having to do something with a recipe where the elements of it have to always be somewhat similar so that you can make it, gives you an opportunity to maybe move in directions that you wouldn't normally have to move in. And so I don't look at it as, oh, we're going to get a contrary, we're going to get the pro and we're going to get the con, because so little of these issues really revolves around that. It actually generally revolves around there's there's an obstacle in the system, or it's incentivized in such a way that these are the outcomes that are happening. So it's more, you know what I would imagine it is in some ways? It's like WebMD. It's diagnostic. And I think it's sort of hard to figure out what to do about something if the diagnosis isn't quite right. And so I think part of this is diagnostic.
What's really the problem with Jon Stewart?
That's right. You hope, or not, or it could be. This could be completely wrong. You know, that can be sometimes the problem with something that's theoretical. Is you have this idea of how you want to diagnose something, but when you're met with the reality of it, it's quite different.
It's been 6 years since The Daily Show. Is there anything in your perspective that has changed, or any new information, or just your own evolution that you're bringing to this show that you didn't have 6 years ago?
It's hard to say, because you probably have to be a little bit more self-aware. You know, like, I'm trying to think, like, what have I learned in 6 years?
I'm basically asking you, like, have you grown, Jon Stewart?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you hope, but that's one of those that I think it's hard to say. I mean, I can certainly tell you physically I haven't. In fact, the opposite. You know, you would hope that there's an evolution, and there are things you've learned, and you do things better. And unfortunately, that just generally leads you to revelations of the things you still don't do right, or the places for growth that you still need to address. It's all kind of, I wish it were, you know, the arc of the moral universe for people is long, but it bends towards better. But I think we all know it's peaks and valleys and ups and downs.
I'm gonna have dinner on a school night with my family, who I have heard from multiple sources are lovely people.
You like to think you're on that kind of nice linear slope up of evolution and betterment, but boy, it's Sisyphusian. Is that a word? Sisyphusian.
Let me get dictionary.com again. Hold on.
Yeah, there you go. You grow a little bit, you slide, you think. You know what the problem is? The problem with Jon Stewart is you don't know what your blind spots are because you're blind to them. And so you can shine a light on one area and grow in that area, and all of a sudden this other shadow appears. And, you know, I think that's kind of that's the whole game, isn't it?
It's very human. It's very, I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Finally, I read that you said in the time after, I don't want to call it your retirement. You didn't retire. I know. I know you're mad at me now because I keep suggesting that.
No, it's not. It's fine.
No, but
it's not anything I haven't thought of.
In this period of time, I read you felt like being away from that daily grind. You said that life got richer and more colorful, and I liked that. But can you tell me more? Like, can you elaborate?
Well, it's probably some. You know that feeling because you are. Listen, man, you guys are there every day, and the harder part about what you do is you're doing what we did on the Daily Show, but you're doing it at 4 a.m. Or that's not a complaint. Everybody's got a job to do, and those jobs have parameters. But I felt like the Daily Show, it's like looking through life through that tube, the cardboard roller that you pull out of a paper towel roll. And so you have a sense that kind of becomes your world, that you're so hyper focused on this one thing that it gives you this really narrow field of view. And then when you leave it, there's this expectation that you've somehow diminished your life and experience by removing this incredible opportunity you had, this incredible success you had. And so you remove the tube, and then you go, oh my God. It feels like one of those videos where the guy puts on the glasses for the first time and sees colors, where you're just like, oh, I had no idea that all this was going on. And it was kind of a beautiful, there was a weird, I think for the first few months after leaving the show, I was a little Forrest Gumpy, like just out in the world, like, how, what? You don't need to swipe the card, you just hold it up and suddenly the groceries are yours? Impossible, outrageous. I love it. You know, it was that kind of thing. So,
emerging from like the space-time continuum.
yeah, there's a little bit of Rip Van Winkle to it. And I think even to the point of just being able to pick the kids up from school, you know, I had experienced fatherhood in the crying times. Like it was always getting them ready for school or getting them ready for bed. Yeah. So it was always those moments of like, I don't want to do that and I don't want to do that. And you were like, these children seem peculiar and resistant. So having those moments of just picking them up from school and driving them home and listening to the conversation in the back where they aren't as aware of you're in there, it's so much more revelatory and lovely. And so I really appreciated that. And I think that informed how I went back to doing another television show. Because I didn't want to put myself in another position where my field of view got so narrowed again. I really wanted to have the satisfaction of the work without that other element of just to the detriment of all these other things in life. I believe they refer to it as balance.
I was just about to say, Jon Stewart, sounds like you have it all.
What?
Ding! I was looking for a good little ending. How do you like that as an ending?
It's nice. Obviously, you know, you have it all, but still live within my own head, which is, you know, as you know, not a pleasant.
That's not a good, this isn't a good ending. Now you're like you're messing it all up. Now it's getting all complicated.
Yeah, that's probably true. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much for doing it. Did I miss anything that we should have talked about that you were having on, that you wanted to get off your chest? Did I screw it up?
I was a little surprised, you know, I asked my doctor, why is my hair completely gray? And he's like, you know, your body stops producing the coloring. And I was like, can your body just do that? Like, so that was just something I wanted to talk about, that I didn't realize that parts of your body die before the rest of you. Like, it's sort of like, you ever go to a deli and it's like 8 and you going in for a sandwich, but they've put all the saran wrap on all the, and you're like, hey man, can I get a sandwich? You're like, no, we put it away. And you're like, but it's a deli and I'd like a sandwich. You're like, yeah, no, we don't make those anymore until tomorrow. And that's what your body does. It's like, it's shut down before you're like, but I'm still using my head.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, no.
Okay, I'm gonna try to work that in. It'll flow. Let me see what I can do. But I'm not a magician, for God's sakes.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast.
free wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside Levi's Stadium, home to the San Francisco 49ers, a very different kind of huddle.
You accomplish your individual goal when the team accomplishes their goal.
Star NFL players, staff, and dozens of specially drafted local kids discovering the power of mentorship. After being kept apart by COVID, they're finally meeting in person.
Zoom is cool, but this is even better, right?
Part of a groundbreaking partnership between an organization called 100 Black Men, working with Bay Area boys and girls, now joining forces with the 49ers. Sharing stories and advice on leadership, networking, health and wellness, and financial literacy.
Football is only for so long, but us touching one of those kids, that lasts a lifetime.
Linebacker Fred Warner and defensive lineman Eric Armstead are some of the biggest names in the game.
We play football on Sundays, but we also have a lot more to give than just playing football.
What you do outside of the stadium is as important as what you do inside.
Absolutely.
More important.
More important. Why?
What you do inside the stadium obviously gives you the platform, but what you do with that platform is more important. It's more impactful. Even if you're fortunate enough to get your name up here in the stadium, that will go away, but how you impact people and how you help people will remain after you're gone.
That support means the world to 17-year-old Jonathan Martin.
A mentor is somebody who will have your back.
A star student with over a 4.0 GPA, like so many other kids, he struggled with anxiety and stress throughout the pandemic.
It has definitely been isolating. Just not able to have any interaction has been very tough.
He said connecting with his 49er mentors helped pull him through.
They taught me to keep going, persevere. This is going to end one day. So just having the mentors there to coach me up and tell me that these things will be over with and that you will have a good time has just been a great help.
It's an inspiring partnership born out of one of the most consequential moments in our nation's history, the murder of George Floyd and the reckoning that followed.
We saw a whole world that was really shifted and changed by that moment.
49ers general manager John Lynch was one of those people changed.
We huddled up and we said, what can we do? How can we make an impact to make things better? And I think through a lot of conversation and uncomfortable conversation came, we have to do something.
Did that impact you personally?
Oh, absolutely.
Has this program changed the 49ers?
I know it's changed me. It's changed Fred Warner. It inspires me to want to do better. If I could have seen someone, who looked like me and, was somewhere where I wanted to be, saying as a young person, I want to be an NFL player one day. And for that NFL player to tell me, you can be so much more. Don't just shoot for the stars, just shoot past the stars. That's why I want to do what we're doing. It's really important.
Warner and Armstead also have a message for kids who feel alone and might be struggling.
At times, you may feel like you have no one that cares, no one that understands. I may not know you, we may not ever meet, but I care. I think you deserve every opportunity to be successful and live a great life.
I encourage people to educate themselves, just be a good person, be a good human being, because at the end of the day, that's what's gonna matter.
Hey everybody, and welcome to a terrific Tuesday edition of Popstar Plus. Today, we are all about This Is Us ahead of tonight's premiere of the hit show's 6th and final season. We're gonna share our chat with the entire cast, including which characters they relate to the most on a personal level. We'll have all that coming up. Plus, we're gonna throw back an interview with Mandy Moore, my old buddy from my MTV days. That goes way back. But first, let's check out what all the buzz was today on Popstar. They all say hello, Jack. First up, Wheel of Fortune. Sunday's episode of Celebrity, this is Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, has a lot of fans re-examining the lyrics to a 1977 Bee Gees classic. Now, here's what happened. Actress Raven-Symoné stepped up to the wheel to solve the 70s music-themed puzzle when she was stumped by the pronunciation of just 2 letters. Watch this.
Okay, I'm gonna solve it. I, staying alive.
Can't take that. All right, say it carefully. What's up there?
Ha,
ha, ha.
No, that's not
Stand alive, stand alive.
That's it.
What?
Yeah,
It's
you got it.
ha,
You know what?
ha,
It's
ha.
so
It is
easy to
not
do it.
ha,
You were
ha,
going instead of ha.
What?
What is going on at Wheel of Fortune?
No,
This is the second time they robbed that other girl of an Audi right on Christmas Eve.
You're right.
And now Raven Simone is playing for the goodwill of Southern California charity, and they're gonna nitpick on staying alive or ha ha. I mean, the Bee Gees were from like Manchester and then Australia. Like, they're hard to understand.
It's an outrage.
Pat Sajak, you got some
We're in
explaining
the
to
middle of a
do.
global pandemic, Wheel of Fortune.
Agreed.
Come on.
Agreed,
Get off my
Carson.
lawn. Next up, The Weeknd. On Monday, the chart-topping artist revealed he's got new music in the works. The Weeknd dropping a teaser for the new project. It's called Dawn FM. Here's a little sneak peek and see if you can recognize the narrator's voice.
You are now listening to 103.5 Dawn FM. You've been in the dark for way too long. It's time to walk into the light and accept your fate with open arms.
That's Jim Carrey.
Did you catch who that is?
Jim Carrey.
Yeah, Jim Carrey. That's
You
right.
were right.
You got it.
Very good.
They've got some weird history. There's a full circle moment for them because The Weeknd credits Jim Carrey with being his inspiration
That's right.
to ever wanting to
That's
become a
right.
performer. So the masked actor was sharing on Twitter that he was thrilled to play a part in his symphony. That new album, Dawn FM, is out on Friday. All right, let's get to this one. Get the popcorn ready. We're talking about all the top movies that are headed to the big screen this year. IMDb has revealed which titles that users have voted for as their most anticipated films of 2022. Action and adventure flicks top that list with Jurassic World Dominion coming in at number 6. You got the return of Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard and Jeff Goldblum in the latest chapter of that dinosaur franchise. 2022 looking like a big year for the stuntmaster Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise made the list twice. Fans are dying to see him back in the captain's chair as Maverick in the upcoming Top Gun sequel. I feel like we've been waiting this movie for like 5 years.
Yeah.
And in an even more high-flying stunts, we'll see Tom in the return for Mission Impossible MI7 coming out this year. Also, sequels continue to dominate. The 5th Scream movie, these things are still making money, is at number 2 on the most anticipated list. Neve Campbell, Courtney Cox, David Arquette reunite again to thwart that terrifying masked killer Ghostface. Any idea what is the number 1 movie people are looking forward to seeing?
We don't.
We don't. Oh,
Batman.
It is Batman.
Oh, of
It
course.
is Batman, and it's
The
not just Batman, it's Robert Pattinson's take on the iconic comic book superhero leading the pack. Great cast. Zoe Kravitz is playing Catwoman. Colin Farrell's the Penguin, and Paul Dano, one of the most underrated actors in Hollywood, is so great. He's the Riddler. So check that out. That'll hit theaters on 4th of March.
Any
Do I have
rom-coms?
time for one more? I think I do.
Seriously, where's the cute?
Never
No,
rom-com on the list.
Jumbo.
Different writers, Commissioner Gordon.
So now, these are the most anticipated movies of the year.
Gotcha.
All right, quickly, Ben Affleck. We know he can write, act, direct, but did you know that the Oscar winner can also breakdance? In a recent conversation on the Kelly Clarkson Show, Ben was revealing that him and Matt Damon and their friendship goes way back to their nylon jumpsuit wearing days on Boston's subway platforms.
We learned how to break dance, and then Matt was like, if we just get some linoleum and put it down at the subway, we could do some of our moves, and like put out a hat. So it is not a lie to say that he and I and a few other people who I won't name because they have families and they're somewhere in Boston now.
You made money breakdancing.
Who knew?
Well, I think a few of us in that same age group might be guilty of that after the movie Breaking came out. And I might have had that tracksuit and some cardboard too. Guys, it's staying alive. And now the reason why they call this show Popstar Plus, because this is the plus part of it. More headlines. We're going to start with Harry Potter. Following HBO's big New Year's release of Harry Potter's 20th anniversary reunion, 2 members of the cast are calling out an on-screen mix-up that only Fred and George Weasley would love. Actor Oliver Phelps revealing an on-screen graphic mislabeled him as twin brother James. No hard feelings, though. Apparently, the two have a long history of pulling the old twin switcheroo. Oliver writing on Instagram, I guess after all those pranks over the years, somebody decided to get their revenge. It was fantastic to be a part of the HP reunion. All right, and finally on Popstar Plus, we're gonna end it the way we started it, with a lyrical mix-up, this time with Jimmy Fallon. Now, the Tonight Show host is having some fun with some of Hollywood and music's biggest celebrities on his show, That's My Jam. But it looks like maybe they're still trying to iron out some of the kinks on the new show, because in the latest episode, Joseph Gordon-Levitt unexpectedly fell victim to Jimmy's water sprayer, even though he correctly sang the lyrics to this Bon Jovi hit. Joseph with the impressive vocal power there. And yeah, those were the actual factual lyrics to Living on a Prayer. Don't worry, Joseph and Chance both got the points for it. Those are your Popstar Plus headlines. When we come back, the cast, and I mean the entire cast of This Is Us, tells us what to expect from the beloved show's final season.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who elections.
All right, it just me too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey guys, welcome back to Popstar Plus. Are you ready for a good cry tonight? Well, you're going to get one if you're watching NBC. This Is Us is back for the show's final season, and we had the entire cast tell us what might be in store.
Mandy Moore, Milo Ventimiglia, Sterling K. Brown, Chrissy Metz, Justin Hartley, Chris Sullivan, and John Huertas. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, I'm glad we brought you coffee. They've got their Today mugs. You needed it so early out there.
It is early. It is early. We don't see the sun or anything.
I know. I want to walk down memory lane because I remember when this show, before it even premiered, there was buzz in the hallways here of NBC. NBC's got a great show. It's addictive. You've got to see This Is Us. Mandy, did you ever, in your wildest dreams, imagine it would be the success and the phenomenon that it became?
Absolutely not. I think we all knew what a special show like that first episode was, but to be a part of something that has the sort of like immediate affection of the audience. Like the audience has been with us since episode 1, and it's just, it's incredible. I can't believe like 6 seasons in, here we are. Like we're such a family. It's so nice to be able to celebrate all these incredible milestones together.
Sterling, I know people stop you guys on the street all the time, and they don't just say, we like your show. They say your show changed me. Your show changed the way I interact with my spouse, changed the way I speak to my mom. This is different than being on probably any other show you've ever been on.
It is different. I mean, I got a really good reaction to Supernatural, but it was different on this show, I would say. I've had a woman come up to me one time who had a child strapped to her chest. She was walking around, she saw me, and she goes, I adopted this baby because of you. And she goes, not you, but your character. I have people come up to me and say, I just quit my job because of you. And I was like, hey, Randall didn't tell you to quit your job. But he's like, I was already close enough to making the decision, and watching that episode put me over the edge. It affects people in a really profound way. And it's nice for us because we're in a bubble shooting it, and then we go out into the world and we see how it affects people, and it's like,
we're doing something that means something to other people.
Yeah. Well, you know, also I was thinking, not only do you change viewers' lives, your lives have changed so much in these past 6 seasons. Chrissy, I think about you. I mean, you came on the scene. I mean, suddenly everyone knows you. You sing, in addition to being a wonderful actress. What has this journey been like for you?
I mean, I know Justin likes to say I got a new car, and it's true. And it's true.
She got an electric car.
I got an electric car. I'm just, I never thought it would be possible, and obviously my life has changed in ways I never thought would even be imaginable. So, I mean, I get to pursue things that I dreamt about, you know, as far as singing, and of course, you know, getting outside of a desk when I was a talent agent. So, you know, it's hard when you're watching everybody pursue their dreams and you're like, will it ever be me? And the fact that it has been, and I've got to work with literally the best and people in the whole wide world in the business and learn from them every day. It's like, I know you try to get me emotional at 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't do it. It's going to happen, but don't do it.
Well, you know what? I got to say, Justin, I think for a lot of people who work together, there are work friends and then there are friends. There are people who are bonded. It's clear just watching your show that you know that it's a real bond. But you're sitting next to your bestie right there. I mean, Sterling is your guy. Talk about how the friendships have formed over these seasons. Aww.
It's a lot of blackmail. He's got a lot on me. No. It's look, I mean, everybody here, I think we all started off acting, maybe not you so much, you're brilliant, but maybe not you so much, acting before the show, and when you're young, you sort of don't appreciate things as much as you probably should, and then, you know, we come here, we're all a little bit older. Yeah. Not old, but older. Yeah. And we knew what we had. We didn't know it was going to get this reception, but we knew it was something special, and we kind of took care of it like it was our child. And we love the show, and we love each other. And you know, when you spend this much time with people, you learn about their personal lives and about their struggles and their history and their legacy and all of that. And it becomes something that is this family.
Yeah. Milo, I know we're not allowed to give too much away about the plot points of this final season, but do you think people are going to be happy with how everything is resolved?
I think people are going to be satisfied with a full heart. At least I think that's kind of the hope. Yeah. You know, understanding the journey of what these characters have been through, this family, everything. They've been through a lot, but I think what they've ultimately done, what they've ultimately accomplished, is showing other people that it's possible. And even in, you know, heartbreak or heroics or celebration or anything, there's this full heart. And even if things are coming to an end, it doesn't mean that you have to be despondent about it or upset about it. It's something that is full. So I'm hoping that people are going to be very satisfied and feel like, wow, I saw this wonderful story with these wonderful characters that are just like me, and I've closed the book on it, and I can also flip it back over, open the book, and start it back up again.
Well said.
That's
By the way,
I like that.
You're a poet.
You know what they say about clear eyes and full hearts, right?
I like that.
Can't lose.
There you go. Hey, Chris, you know what I like? This show is so serious. There's so many tissues, and everyone's always, you know, we're all weeping watching it. But there's always a jokester in the house, okay? And I'm looking at him in the back. That's your role.
Yeah. Hello? What are you talking about me? Where are you?
Let him go.
It's like you wind him up.
I've enjoyed filling that space in this show, and I've especially enjoyed getting to play some of those maybe lighter moments with my fellow castmates, especially this guy right here. He has a mischief in his eye that I cannot refuse. And whenever we're on screen together, I have a really hard time keeping it together.
Who's going to cry the hardest, John, when the last bit of the season ends? Is it going to be you? Who's going to need the most tissues?
Not me. I'm cold as ice.
It's dead. It's dead inside of Francis.
It's probably going to be Sterling. He's just such a baby.
Oh, speaking of babies, Mandy, how's that sweet little boy?
He's the best. He's the best. Thank you. It's so much fun.
Well, we're looking at little Gus, and we're so excited. We're just, thank you for sharing those with us. You guys, thank you for giving us this incredible program. We can't wait for this final season.
All right, there they all were. And after the break, even more with the gang from This Is Us as they tell us which character they relate to the most. That's next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
And we're back with more of our conversation from the entire cast of This Is Us ahead of the final season episode tonight. Like, not just it's the ending of the whole thing. This time, the actors are opening up about which character, on a personal level, they relate to the most, and their answers may surprise you.
I relate to all of the characters in one way or another. I think that's part of the fascinating part about the show is the writing is so specific and the characters are so detailed that there's some little way for anybody to connect and to find their way into this story. But I mean, obviously, Toby is the closest character I've ever played to myself. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if that's just how it's evolved over the seasons, but yeah, I think Toby and I are probably still pretty close.
Of course, yeah, I can't walk away from Jack. I mean, I got a beard and the hair and whatnot, but you know, I definitely can connect to every single character on this show. I mean, the human struggles of what everyone experiences, you know. I mean, there's moments where, let's say, William and that desire to hang on to life, but it just slips through his fingers like smoke. I mean, I definitely feel that one all the time. Randall's want to always do good. Definitely identify with that. Kevin, I mean, I'm an actor. I 1000% identify with Kevin in like maybe a micro way, which probably means like a massive way. It's everybody. I mean, everybody. There's not one person, one member of the cast that I think I couldn't see myself in any given moment. Just depends on the moment.
I feel like I identify the most with maybe Beth, just because I am a new mom and also a working actor. So I feel like, as we've seen in Beth's story, she's kind of always trying to find the balance between her dance studio and her passion in life and being a mother. So I think I identify a lot with that kind of struggle and finding that balance.
Besides relating so closely to my own character of Uncle Nicky, I would say I relate to Kevin, oddly enough. You know, being an actor, I think his vanity and neurosis and ambition and conflict with his own ambition and his sort of problems and in relationships, his sort of problems strike me as familiar.
Oh gosh, if not Kevin, oh gosh, you know, for so many, sometimes I want to say Beth. I feel like she's doing a lot of juggling. She manages a lot of things. People rely on her quite a bit. She gives good advice, that kind of thing. And also, I was gonna say Nicky. He's got, you know, grit and hard to keep him down. At least I hope that about myself. Gosh, I'm trying to think of, I said Beth. I think Beth would be the one that I would relate to the most.
I don't know that it's so much now, but I know for like the first 4 seasons at least, it was Kevin. I definitely understood his journey, and you know, I would always tell Justin, I was like, you're my favorite. I could identify with what he was going through, and there was something about him that, I don't know if it was his need to want to go deeper or his need to really find himself, his need to just not be this one thing as an actor and to go deeper into himself and kind of build a family and all these things. That felt really honest for me. I was like, oh, okay, I totally get that. And I get how he would mess up and that he wasn't perfect, and I got that he really wasn't, you know, trying to be this vain guy who only thinks about himself. I don't think that's who he was. I think that's who he got pigeonholed as or whatever, but I guess there was so much more going on under the surface. That's what made me really connect to his character, because I could see all the things that were going on. It was really, really interesting to me. And I also think Justin Hartley plays the hell out of it. So yeah, it was Kevin for the longest time, definitely.
Well, we've absolutely loved having the This Is Us crew on our show year after year after year. What a huge success to them. We're looking forward to the twists and turns of this final season. So good luck to them. Coming up, we're going to stick with our This Is Us theme with a moment from our vault. We'll dig into the vault and pull out an old interview with Mandy Moore. Coming up.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
All right, it is Popstar Plus. Welcome back. It's time for our This Is Us themed From the Vault clip. We're going back to 2004 for this one. We caught up with a then 19-year-old Mandy Moore as her film Chasing Liberty was just being released. Take a look.
I know that the producer of this movie said if you weren't going to do it, he wasn't going to do it. He really had you in mind for the part. You play the president's daughter.
I do.
Anna. And what makes you think that you might have been, not what makes you think, but why do you think you were tailor-made for this role?
That's
just
overwhelming
as he
to
did?
think that I was tailor-made for this role. I guess I brought a bit of truth to the character. Obviously, when I first read the scripts, I could find the parallels in our lives. Being scrutinized and kind of put under the microscope, of course, living that life to that extreme is something that I know nothing about. But I was excited just to kind of do my first romantic comedy, and we shot it in London, Prague, and Venice this summer. So it was the greatest summer vacation ever. And really wonderful people involved with the project: Mark Harmon, Jeremy Piven, Matthew
He plays the
Good.
president, by the way, Mark Harmon.
He plays my father, in fact, and he's so handsome. All the ladies were swooning on stage.
handsome,
Whenever he
isn't
would
he?
come onto the soundstage, he's amazing and so great in the film. But it was just a perfect project to kind of be a part of.
Now, you play, as I mentioned, Anna, the president's daughter, and
Mhm.
she's struggling with being the president's daughter, as you mentioned, because she is under so much scrutiny, and frankly, she doesn't have any of the freedom that most teenagers are allowed to have at that point in her
Yeah.
life. And we've got a clip, and this is a clip of you talking to your dad the morning after.
He's ruined a date.
Secret Service agents completely destroyed a date you had. So let's take a look.
I don't want some guy who wears his sunglasses inside the house at night, sorry Phil, listening in on my dinner dates. That is such a total abuse of power. I am 18 years old and I want to go out on a date without a posse of guys in bad suits, sorry Harper, hiding behind every tree. Nothing is private.
Sweetie, I am just trying to protect you.
Dad, you know, I'm not that little 12-year-old girl who would only dance with you at your inaugural ball.
Now, the president promises you a night out on the town free of Secret Service agents.
Yes, and of course that doesn't come to fruition.
He
He still is-
reneges on his promise.
Yeah,
And
he's
so you run away, you crazy girl.
Well, I guess she just wants to shun her responsibilities and get away, and she's a lot more free than I am, because I can't imagine just leaving everything behind, traveling throughout Europe with a stranger, not knowing where I'm going to stay.
You've kind of resisted getting sort of being more provocative. Is that a conscious thing, a conscious decision that you've made? I mean, certainly I know that you've been offered roles that are a little more provocative, and
And even in
certainly-
this film, I was expected to kind of, my character just decides to strip down and jump into a river naked, and I wasn't. I'm a pretty modest girl, so I decided to kind of get a body double to fill in for me at this point. But it becomes a conscious decision to be yourself and to maintain a sense of self. And you always have the pressures to kind of give in, whether it's a magazine cover or whether it's a film, to kind of bear it all. But it's not me. Not to diss those that feel free enough to kind of, confident
or
enough
who
to do
want
that.
to do that,
I
or
just-
want to go in that direction. But do you think that to be commercial these days, it seems like sexiness is so required, and
It's
and
required,
frankly,
yeah.
it's sexiness bordering on sleaziness these days.
I'm not a fan of it, but I guess it is sort of the easy route to take because it is what gets all the coverage, whether in the media or whatever it may be. But I'm happy to I'm content to be myself, dress the way that I dress, and I don't know.
I guess a lot of people appreciate it, though. Do you hear comments from, for
It's-
example, mothers who say, thank you for not going that direction?
It's so flattering and unbelievable. It's the ultimate compliment for a mother or even someone my own age to come up to me and say, thank you for being yourself, thank you for dressing the way that you dress. And it's a little odd to kind of receive those compliments, but I'm very happy with that.
Boy, that takes me back, because I've known Mandy for a very long time. I know her family. I knew her back when she was just a teenager on the old MTV TRL days. It has been so fun to watch her career blossom in her life, and that's a pretty crazy then and now, I guess. So, all right, that's another great episode of Popstar Plus, if I do say so myself. We hope that you'll join us again tomorrow, because we're going to be here. We're going to do it all again, whether you're here or not. One of my favorites is going to be here, Jim Gaffigan. So until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello to all of you watching Today All Day. We appreciate you joining us on this Thursday. I'm here in Studio 1A. Savannah's down in Washington, D.C. And you at home are watching Today in 30, SG.
That's right, Craig, and I'm here in the nation's capital for today's events marking 1 year since the attack on the U.S. Capitol. We're going to bring you complete coverage and our exclusive conversation with Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the top Republican on the House committee, now investigating the siege.
Also ahead, if you are looking to get organized in the new year, you've come to the right place. The Home Edit team that world-famous home edit team, they are going to show us some easy projects to take on in your home that will make a huge difference.
All right, send them to my house right after that. And if eating dessert without the guilt is also on your 2022 resolution list, have no fear. Giada De Laurentiis has some healthier twists to satisfy your cravings. Healthy comfort food sounds good. Let's get it started. Today in 30 starts right now. We began this morning with NBC's senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, good morning to you.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This long and at times emotional day of remembrance is really kicking off this morning with that speech you mentioned from President Biden, a stern version of the president laying the accountability for what happened here on January 6th directly at the feet of his predecessor.
This morning, 1 year after the ransack of the U.S. Capitol, President Biden marking the solemn anniversary, addressing the nation this morning.
We must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation.
NBC News has learned officials have observed an uptick in calls for unspecified acts of violence in the past 48 hours linked to the anniversary, according to a senior intelligence official. Still, law enforcement is not aware of a specific credible threat for today.
The next time that we're tested, we will not be making those same mistakes.
The officers who fought on the front lines that day remember the violent mob who tested them and the fury they still feel.
Are you still angry about what happened on the 6th?
Hell yeah, I'm angry. I'm absolutely angry.
So far, according to the Attorney General, the sprawling investigation has led to more than 700 arrests, with about a quarter of those arrested pleading guilty. All while the congressional committee investigating the insurrection has pushed deeper into the former president's inner circle, late Wednesday interviewing former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham.
But I cooperated fully, and I will continue to do so.
For Officer Dunn, without full accountability, closure on that violent day remains elusive.
Did that day ever really end for you?
I don't feel like you can totally heal or have closure to something until you have accountability, until you know the full picture of what happened.
And Savannah, on that question of accountability, the Attorney General saying yesterday that the Department of Justice will pursue the perpetrators of this crime at any level. These investigations clearly far from finished.
All right, Garrett, thank you. And earlier this morning, Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming joined us exclusively. She's the top Republican on the congressional committee investigating the insurrection. I've never known you to be one for big emotions, but as you sit here today, 1 year later, and consider, how close did we come in this country? How close did we come to the violent overthrow of a valid election?
We came very close. Our institutions held, but they only held because of the people who were willing to stand up against the pressure from former President Trump. People at his own Department of Justice who stood up to him, elected officials at the state level who stood up to him, and the law enforcement officers here at the Capitol. You just had Harry Dunn on, people like Harry and Mike Fanone, 140 law enforcement officers who fought at the tunnel to prevent thousands more from breaching the Capitol that day. We came very close, and we need to recognize how important it is that the system depends upon individuals, and that we make sure that it never happens again.
Your co-chair, Benny Thompson, has said we came critically close to the end of democracy as we know it. The president expected to address the nation and portray our democracy as in a very fragile moment right now, not a year ago, right now. Do you agree?
I do. The threat continues. Former President Trump continues to make the same claims that he knows caused violence on January 6th. And it's very important, if you look at what's happening today in my party and the Republican Party, rather than reject what happened on the 6th, reject the lies about the election, and make clear that a president who engaged in those activities can never be president again. Unfortunately, too many in my own party are embracing that former president, are looking the other way, are minimizing the danger. That's how democracies die, and we simply cannot let that happen.
The committee in Congress that is investigating this matter has already interviewed 300 plus witnesses, looked at 35,000 pages of documents. Big picture first. For those who think maybe this was a protest that got emotional, out of control, how high does it go? Have you been surprised or alarmed by anything you have unearthed so far in the committee?
You know, we have unearthed new things in every single aspect of our investigation. I'm confident that we'll continue to do so. We've had tremendous cooperation from many, many people, including people in the president's inner circle, people who were in the West Wing that day, people who have come forward to us with information about what they saw and what they know. And I'm confident that cooperation will continue. The committee is absolutely determined to ensure that we understand the entire plot, the entire plan to overthrow the election, to really overturn the rule of law. You know, we had over 60 courts in this country that ruled against the claims the former president was making, and yet he rejected those rulings and attempted to overturn the will of the people. That simply cannot happen in the United States.
I know the committee is zeroing in on a key time frame, a chunk of about 3 hours in the afternoon of January 6th. At 1:10 or so, the president tells his crowd, his protesters, at a speech to march on the Capitol, and it's not till 187 minutes later that he releases a video statement telling them to go home. What have you learned about those 187 minutes? How would you characterize the president's conduct or lack thereof in those moments?
We know, Savannah, that the president was watching television in his private dining room off the Oval Office. We know from firsthand testimony that he was watching the violent assault on the Capitol. We also know that he could have at any moment walked the very few steps to the White House briefing room. He could have gone on the air and told the people who were his supporters assaulting the Capitol to go home. He did not do that. And we are very focused on the minute-by-minute activities at the White House, what he was doing. And again, as I said, we now have firsthand testimony about the extent to which he was watching television and was refusing to ask people to stop, ask them to go home.
There's been reporting that the committee is looking for outtakes of that video, previous versions that the president recorded before the one that he ultimately released. Do you have information that he gave a different kind of message in some of those videos that never saw the light of day?
Well, we certainly are focused on that, looking at it. We will, in fact, be ensuring that we have access to those videos. You know, one of the things the committee is very engaged in right now is litigation. The former president is attempting to hide behind executive privilege claims. We've won now in the lower court. We've won now in the appellate court. That case is now potentially in front of the Supreme Court. But we will not let the former president hide behind these phony claims of privilege, and we will get to the bottom of things like that video, the outtakes of that video, and everything else that was going on that day, both his action and his refusal to take action.
Well, let me put a fine point on it. Have you seen conduct have you heard about conduct from witnesses or otherwise that suggests that there is a potential criminal case against the president?
Certainly, we will be looking at that. There are important questions in front of the committee, such as whether or not, through his action or inaction, President Trump attempted to obstruct an official proceeding of Congress, attempted to delay the count of electoral votes. Those are questions the committee is looking at. We also know certainly that it was a supreme dereliction of duty when the President of the United States refuses to take action to stop a violent assault on the Congress, to stop a violent assault on any of the co-equal branches of government. That's clearly a dereliction of duty. And we will, I'm sure, be getting more information.
Sorry to jump in, but I have a couple more things to get to. How does former Vice President Pence fit into this case? Are you willing to subpoena him to get his testimony? Do you think he'll cooperate?
Former Vice President Pence was a hero on January 6th. He refused the pressure of the former president. He did his duty, and the nation should be very grateful for the actions that he took that day. We look forward to continuing the cooperation that we've had with members of former Vice President's team, and look forward as well to his cooperation.
You know, even as you investigate January 6th, the current threat is still looming large. As mentioned, in 16 states, there are pending laws that would change election rules to give more power to politicians and the state legislatures rather than election officials and governors. There are at least 18 Trump loyalists, election deniers who are running for Secretary of State. 71% of Republicans believe the election was stolen. About a third think that political violence is justified in some circumstances. Is the former president, President Trump, in a better position today, legally, politically, rhetorically, than he was a year ago to subvert a U.S. election?
We will not allow him to subvert a U.S. election. He is certainly continuing his efforts in that regard. I think it's incumbent upon every one of us who's elected, it's incumbent upon every American out there to ensure when they're casting their vote, when they're deciding whom they're going to support, that they are aware that there are candidates that this former president is attempting to support who, for example, would not have certified the election results last time around. That's going to be a critical part of our upcoming elections, and we all have a duty to ensure that he cannot subvert this democracy.
And finally, Congressman, you know, a year ago, it was all there for us to see, this violent mob attacking police officers, attacking our Capitol, live on television, and it was unthinkable that anyone could deny it. And yet that is exactly what has happened. Take a look.
The vast majority in Washington, D.C. today were peaceful.
By and large, it was peaceful protests.
This is one of the big lies, that this was a coordinated insurrection.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
If people are willing to believe voices like that and spin like that instead of their own eyes, what hope is there for your committee or for any investigation here?
I have tremendous hope, Savannah. There are millions of Americans across this country who understand their responsibility with respect to defending the institutions, defending the Constitution. And all of those people that you just played, all of my colleagues, anyone who attempts to minimize what happens, anyone who denies the truth of what happened, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. And history is watching, and history will judge them. But the American people have the ability to ensure that we protect our Constitution and we protect our institutions with their votes, with their voices, and we certainly are not going to be part on our committee of allowing those institutions to be unraveled.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney, thank you very much for your time this morning.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Mandy Moore.
All right, it just me too.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back with more of our ongoing Start Today series. And if you're looking to get organized in the new year, you are in luck this morning because we've called in the experts, the home edit team.
Yes. Joanna Teplin and Clea Shearer have turned home organization into an art form. Look at this, with picture-perfect designs and signature rainbow style. It's landed them a Netflix show, a long list of celebrity clients, and a massive following. And they are now with us this morning to share some easy mini projects for 2022. Good morning to both of you.
Hi guys. Thanks for having us.
So great to have you this morning. There's no question about it. There are people who are watching who would say, sure, this is fantastic, but I'm too overwhelmed. But I think this is good because these are mini projects, right, that we can get done in 30 minutes.
Absolutely, even less than 30 minutes. We love a mini project because it's so easy, just a little bite-sized project that you can take on. Right, super accessible, super attainable.
Okay.
So let's start in the kitchen.
Let's start in the kitchen, okay? It's the heart of the home. It's also the busiest, place that things kind of fall off the wheels. So let's start with a coffee and tea station. The reason why we love it is it starts your day off right. It's an organized little mini system that is so cute to look at. It's functional. It just is going to make you happy every single time you use it. A big trick is eliminate the packaging for coffee, any kind of pods in here. Take your tea bags out. You can actually put them in canisters and label them with the top of the box. So, there's no excuse not to get organized with this, and you can just have it all looking perfect all the time. Another for your shelves or your cabinets is a 3-tier riser. It helps you use all the vertical space. It's, the easiest thing to put in. It holds all of your items and keeps them organized and looking great.
Oh my goodness.
We want to look at a freezer system, whether you have a drawer freezer or a freezer that has shelves. Having this collated filer, it's really meant for notebooks and things like that. But you can store all sorts of frozen box goods and expiration dates while you're at it.
You just changed my life. Because here, I will be honest with you, our freezer is a disaster. Like the kids throw, if I get bagged, frozen vegetables or fruit for smoothies, they just start to kind of pile up all over the place.
Divide them. Exactly. That way you don't have a freezer.
Genius. All right, can we move on to the bathroom? That's always, especially under the cabinets and the counters.
Absolutely. Well, you start your day in the bathroom usually, so it's nice to have a little self-care and start yourself with a daily drawer. We like to have an AM and a PM drawer. That way you can just open the drawer, easily get what you need, your paste or toothbrush, whatever you need to get started in the day, and then you have a different drawer, or you can share it for the PM stuff, all your night and everything like that. The other thing we like to do is to make sure to utilize the space underneath your bathroom sink, which is people often shove things. They lose track of what's down there. You can easily use a turntable, in front of the sink so that you can access all your products. You can easily put them away. Everything is right there. And then on the sides of the sink, use the vertical space. These are stackable drawers, but you can use a number of different things. But that way you can absolutely take advantage of all that unused space underneath the sink.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a fantastic idea. I'm taking notes. Let's go to the playroom, because if you have small children like we do, this is typically the biggest of the disaster areas in the house. I want to show our folks at home the one that you guys did for Gwyneth Paltrow's house. That's next level. But you're big fans of the Roy G. Biv bookshelf. What is that?
So we love a rainbow here at the Home Edit, but organizing by color is actually a functional labeling system. So organizing by Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo.
Oh, I get it.
Indigo, violet. Organizing by the helps kids specifically find what they're looking for, and they know where to put it away when they're done with it. It's the same thing. We institute a color-coordinated clothing system in closets, but it works really well for books, kids' toys, arts and crafts, things like that. And we can even do a labeling system with rainbow blocks in stackable shoe boxes. This doesn't have to be expensive. It can just be something as simple as clear, coordinated storage. It's really easy for kids to find and utilize. It's lightweight. Absolutely. And because they can't read, they can still identify the colors. Right, exactly.
I love that. And they can put it back because it's right there. You know what I mean? We can match it up. We're out of time. This was phenomenal. And I know you guys have lots of bins. Those are bins, and more bins for arts and crafts and everything else, right?
Yes, and we love the zone. Absolutely, we love to set the craft zone. Dumping even little pom-poms and beads into bins and canisters and making it just feels cohesive, and it's a project in itself. Same with a turntable for art supplies. You can get a cart, an art cart. We love doing an art cart. Yes. But creating these zones helps kids feel really inspired to utilize all these things and to play with them. They know exactly where to find what they're looking for, and again, they know where to put it away. Absolutely, don't fall for it.
Right. Joanna, Clea, these are I'm going to steal the art card idea, and then my freezer is about to be transformed, thanks to you guys.
Thank you, ladies.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, in this
doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivered.
All right, it just me too.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Now is the time of year when most of us try to make smarter food choices, but that doesn't mean you have to ditch the dessert.
We have good news today. That's right. Emmy-winning chef Giada De Laurentiis says we can have it all, including her decadent skillet brownie, which is just one of the delicious and healthier recipes she shares on her new Food Network show. It's called Simply Giada.
Giada is joining us from her home and her kitchen, which, Giada, I'm sorry, I'm just staring
amazing
at your kitchen. I want it.
Oh, yeah. So this is the first time I think you guys have seen it, because I just moved in a few months ago.
How's it going? Can we see your refrigerator?
Can you see my fridge? Yeah, you can see my fridge.
Is it amazing?
You want to show them my fridge?
Yes.
It's probably
a little tour. Oh, wow.
Next level. Can I move into your fridge?
Oh, wait. Of course it's clean.
I mean,
wow.
Clean and organized.
I'm a woman with lots of fridges. I have them in the garage. I have them outside. Like, I love fridges.
Wait,
but yeah, it's been really fun being here for the holidays. I don't know. I mean, I think it's been a dream come true.
You're missing people around the studio saying, like, you're beautiful, beautiful. And I think they're talking about your kitchen, but they could also be talking about you. We were saying that you have this new show that's all about your cookbook and really ways to eat well for our bodies.
Yeah, so the new show that airs on Sunday, January 9th, is basically inspired by my cookbook that came out, I think, a year and change maybe, or just a year ago, Eat Better, Feel Better. And so basically all those recipes, the idea is to eat better without skimping on flavor. That was the idea of the book, and I turned it into a show, and we called it Simply Giada. So, and I shot it all in Brooklyn, and Jade came with me, and it was a blast. A super, as you can see with the clip you're seeing, we had a lot of fun.
I love that. And then
it was really cool.
And when you have these healthy recipes, are these recipes that kids will eat? That's always my challenge.
Yes.
Something that we can all eat.
Yeah, so a lot of these recipes are kid-friendly. They're Jade-friendly anyway, Jade-approved. And so earlier this morning at the 8 a.m., I did a chicken milanese, a little lightened up. So basically like Italian fried chicken, but lightened and gluten-free. And now we're going to make a skillet brownie.
Okay, let's get to it.
So basically we're using 2/3 of a cup of coconut oil. And I'm sure most people know what coconut oil, but if you don't, it comes as a solid and you want to make sure and melt it. Okay. So you can put it in the microwave, you can do it over the stove, because you want it to be like you were using oil or butter, all melted like that.
Okay.
Then we're going to add some coconut sugar. So still sugar, but a lot less refined. And we're going to use a cup of that. And also for those people who haven't used, or I don't know if you guys use coconut sugar, it's got a little bit of a molasses flavor. Have you guys ever used it?
No. Does it affect the taste?
No, not at all. I'm personally not a fan of coconut, and these two things, I can't taste it, probably because it's masked with the chocolate, but I use coconut sugar in my coffee as well, crazy enough. And then we're going to use 2 whole eggs and 1 yolk. So as you can see, this is going to be very, very rich. It's a rich sort of dish, but It's absolutely divine. Jade loves it. It's gluten-free, and it's way, way easier on your stomach, basically.
What about flour?
That's the idea, is that we don't have to skimp on dessert. We don't have to lose any flavor. We just can have a lot of fun eating really great stuff. And plus, it's easy. I mean, look, I'm making it all in a bowl.
Yes.
Just with a spatula.
Okay,
so it's pretty simple. I think you guys can do it.
Did you add anything else, or is that it?
No.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
So then, hold on, Jenna, hold on.
I know, I'm speeding you along. I'm sorry.
You're speeding me through it. A quarter teaspoon of salt and 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract, just like that.
Okay.
We're going to do a quarter teaspoon of baking powder, actually, because you want it to be nice and tender. What's that?
I've made the mistake of using baking soda instead of powder and vice versa. You know, they should have changed the name.
Well, one tenderizes and one sort of makes it grow, right? So, okay, so 2/3 of a cup of almond flour. And I like the blanched almond flour. So the blanched almond flour is a little bit more white. It looks like this. The other one's a little bit darker because the shell is on it. So we've got that.
Okay.
And then we have 2/3 of a cup of cocoa powder. So it's like extra rich cocoa brownie. And you make it all in a skillet, which I'll show you in 2 seconds. There we go.
No, I know. I wish we had some.
I know.
Mix this all together. And the last thing we have to add are the chocolate chips. And I like to use mini chocolate chips. You could use the larger ones. It's just easier to cut the brownie if they're smaller. So you mix this all together. And you could use bittersweet, which is what I like to use. Jade likes semi-sweet, so it just depends on who I'm making it for. And it's very fudgy and thick when you're mixing it. Can you guys see this?
Yeah, it looks beautiful. So how long do you bake it for? Or you put it in the skillet. How long do you put it on the...
Well, you put it in the skillet. You put it in a 325-degree oven, and you bake it for about 25 minutes.
Oh, my gosh.
So we add the chips.
Yeah.
Reserve some of the chips for the top. Mix it and add it right in here. And I put a little bit of coconut oil in the pan, even though I'm using a non-stick little skillet. This is an 8-inch skillet. And you just dump it all in there.
Yum.
But you have to, you got to use your spatula to kind of mix it up. Like spread it out a little bit like this. See?
A skillet
then you add the rest of the chocolate chips.
Okay.
Over the top.
Giada, you did
it.
Bake it. It looks beautiful.
And then, here you go.
Giada, we love your brownies. We love your kitchen. We love you.
Your fridge.
Yeah, we want to be in your refrigerator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Giada. Oh my God, that looks amazing. And her forks. You see the gold forks?
We loved everything. To make this recipe at home, check out today.com/food.
I want gold forks.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
And be sure to tune in tomorrow, right here on Today, for another big show as we close out the week.
That's right. We'll see you tomorrow. It'll be Friday. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Friday.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is upgrading our lunchtime with 2, not 1, but 2 tasty sandwiches that she makes in a skillet. Hey, good morning, Joy.
Hey, Joy.
Hey.
Good morning, guys. I think I'm about to become your new favorite lunch lady because we are seriously creating next level sandwiches. And like you said, in the skillet. So the first sandwich is a fun spin on a traditional and beloved PB&J, but I'm calling this one a grilled PB and fruit. So here I have hearty, seedy, whole grain bread. We're actually making 2 because I want to show you the versatility of the fruit. And I just put a tablespoon of peanut butter on all of the slices. So you want this peanut butter going on the bottom slice and the top slice. And then you become the Picasso of your decor, right? So I have all this fruit over here. The cool thing is when you don't use sugary jam and you use the whole fruit, you're getting a lot of texture, you're getting a lot of hardiness, and you're getting the vitamins, the minerals, the antioxidants that the fruit brings to the table. You could stick with one fruit. A lot of people just like PB and bananas, or you could do what I've done. And when you see the grapes over here, I did slice them in half. I just want to show you because otherwise they would be a little bit too bulky. Exactly. So then what you do, I'll show you on one. You take your top slice and you put it over your Sammy and you take olive oil spray and give it a nice liberal spray on both sides.
Instead of butter.
Instead of butter, exactly. And this goes in the skillet just for 1 minute on either side. And I'm going to show you what it looks like because you can't believe how easy it is.
Oh, wow. Jill, I feel you could do this.
And Joy, by the way, the production values, cameras moving, you got an overhead camera. It's unbelievable.
She's never coming back to the studio to bring us any of this food.
That Ian Bauer is a superstar husband and photographer.
And I keep saying, like, he needs what would we call it? A COVID Emmy or something like that. He has learned how to do all of this.
Well, I'm
Ian,
sending him that. And I think you need an Emmy, too, because you're actually going to show us how to make a sandwich that I never thought you can make healthier, a Monte Cristo.
Oh, my goodness. This has so many layers of scrumptiousness. So what I'm starting with here, so this is whole grain bread also, but for this one, because it has a French toast melt in your mouth feel. You want a softer bread. So it's a whole grain softer bread. I put Dijon mustard on one slice and let the layering begin. So we have here, I'm using ham because that's classic, but truth be told, I don't love ham. I had some extra here. Now, normally they top the French toast with some powdered sugar. So instead, for a little sweet something, I put in a crisp Fuji apple. Then we have our Swiss cheese on top. Take the second piece of bread, but because we're making French toast, we have here an egg mixed with a little bit of vanilla extract and a dash of milk.
That looks amazing.
And how long does that go into the griddle?
Skillet. About 4 minutes, I'm going to grab it. About 4 minutes on each side, and you cannot believe this is just like a masterpiece. Let me see if I can get a close-up.
I'm going to grab through the screen, Joy.
That is fantastic, Joy. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer celebrating National Soup Month. Check it out.
Hi guys, we are celebrating National Soup Month with 2 super duper soups. And the first soup is a potato leek soup. I'm gonna heat a little bit of olive oil and I'm gonna add in my leeks. I'm adding in a little bit of salt and I will saute them for about 5 minutes. So if you have never experimented with leeks before, this is definitely a recipe for you. It's a great first date. Now we're adding in 2 peeled and diced russet potatoes. They are great for the immune system because they have a lot of vitamin C, and also they are busting with potassium for heart health. Now a sprinkling of dried thyme, and this is a reduced sodium vegetable broth. I'm putting in 6 cups. You're gonna let this come to a boil, and then reduce the flame and just let it simmer for about 20 minutes. It's time to puree. I'm using an immersion blender right in the pot, but you can also transfer small batches of the soup into a regular standard blender and puree it just as simply, but just be careful because it's very hot. I like to elevate it by adding some chopped scallions and some crumpled cooked turkey bacon, because Al, am I right? Everything's better with bacon. That is good. And now we're gonna make a minestrone with 9 superfoods. So here I've warmed a little bit of olive oil and I'm sauteing my onions, some carrots, and celery. Some salt and a little bit of pepper. And I'll saute this for about 5 minutes or so to get the vegetables nice and soft. I'm adding in tomato paste and some garlic. And I'm gonna mix this just for about a minute so the garlic becomes aromatic. And the tomato paste is mixed with all of the sauteed vegetables. And now we are ready to build our masterpiece. A can of diced tomatoes with the liquid, 2 cans of beans. Now I'm using white beans here, but you can use whatever's in your pantry. That's the nice part about this recipe. Everything is customizable. I'm putting in 2 bay leaves and a little rosemary, thyme, and oregano. I have 8 cups of a reduced sodium broth. Stir this around, bring it to a boil, and then reduce the heat and simmer it for about 45 minutes. Then I add in some fresh green beans. You can use frozen as well, and a whole lot of chopped kale. And I'm just gonna stir this around just about 4 minutes or so. And last but not least, pasta. So this is whole grain pasta, and I cooked it 1 to 2 minutes before al dente. And then I like to just tear a few fresh basil leaves. Classic minestrone is already really good for you, but this one is that much better because I doubled up on the beans, so there's more protein, there's more fiber, and I added kale and green beans. Soup is on. You need this recipe.
That's going to be perfect for this weekend. So you look for those delicious recipes. Head to today.com/food.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
She lost more than 200 pounds and is featured in People magazine's Half Their Size issue. And this morning, Today nutrition and health expert and our pal Joy Bauer is featuring some of Laura's favorite foods. What a great tie-in.
Yes.
This is going to be great. So we each have a food, and we're starting with apples, which I've never...
And I love that you love apples. First, apple is like the ultimate superfood because it's perfectly portioned, it's toteable, it's naturally sweet, and in the skin of the apple is a type of fiber that's called pectin, which helps to lower our cholesterol.
Awesome. So how do you do it?
So you're making a frittata?
Yeah, so I wanted to do something, a little bit different for you and show you a new fuss-free recipe that you can make at home.
Exciting.
So we're making an apple, sausage, and caramelized onion frittata. Sound good?
Oh, sounds delicious.
Okay, so here what I've done is I took a Granny Smith apple because for this recipe I love the tart flavor, and I sauteed it with some onion. Then I'm adding in, this is an apple and poultry breakfast sausage.
Okay.
It's one of the pre-cooked, and you add. Hold on to this, Jill.
I can't believe this is Joy approved with all this.
And this is a combination of whole eggs and egg whites with a little bit of fresh thyme and a little bit of dry mustard because it gives it that real savory taste. And how's about, before we put this in the oven, all we're gonna do is top it with a little bit of grated, shredded
That is terrific.
cheddar in the oven on 400 for about 15
There's a
to
nice
17
sweetness to
minutes.
that.
And that's it. Isn't that great?
Oh my goodness.
Do you like it?
It's
Isn't that amazing?
delicious.
I can eat that all day long.
It
Let's
is.
do a
So
little-
here's my
little-
challenge. You're
You've
going to
got
make
a
that
nice-
this week, and you're going to tag me on Instagram. I want to see that you made it.
You've got a nice kind of Asian flair here.
So the next food is chicken, and I love that you picked chicken because it's busting with protein, which helps to maintain our metabolisms and our muscle mass. So that's great. But I think a lot of people get caught up with the same old boring chicken recipe over and over. So I thought we would tackle a big popular one, Chinese chicken and broccoli. Do you like that?
Familiar, very familiar.
Excellent.
Yes.
So the first thing we're going to do is it's all about the sauce. This is so simple. It's a rice vinegar with a little bit of reduced sodium soy sauce and some ginger and garlic. And I put in a drop of either arrowroot or cornstarch just so it will thicken it up. You saute the broccoli. Let's make believe you saute this for about 3 minutes. I'm going to grab this. We pour the remainder of the sauce in there. And while this is sauteing, the sauce is going to start to really thicken up. And once the broccoli gets softened, you add in your chicken, and that's it, guys. That's it. That's it. Yes, I had already browned the chicken.
Phenomenal.
Okay,
Is that easy? Is that easy? Okay.
Before we run out of time.
So this last one is a little bit kooky, but bear with me because it is insanely delicious.
Okay.
Do you like pie a la
I'm
mode?
still eating
Sure.
this.
We're gonna make a roasted sweet potato a la mode, and it just works. So sweet potatoes are busting with beta carotene.
Right.
I oven roasted this. We're gonna slice it in half, and this is gonna become the base of your pie.
Oh.
You shred this inside, but you're gonna keep the skin intact, and then this is a special spice blend. It's a combination of all the wintry, cozy spices. We have ginger, nutmeg, cinnamon.
Almost like sweet
and
potato pie.
well, that's what we're basically making here.
Oh, wow.
And so then what are you going to do with this? You're going to top it with a scoop of light ice cream. And just to bring it on home, this is a salt and maple infused toasted pecans that you top it on top. You have to try this, guys.
That's amazing.
Eat it with the here.
Oh, it's in there. Oh, it's amazing.
I gave you guys bite-sized pieces.
Thank
Go in
you.
for this.
That is terrific.
Is that great?
It's amazing.
Joy and Laura, thank you so very much. Happy New Year. It's going to be a
Congratulations.
great New Year for you, Laura. For all these recipes, go to todayfood.com.
Thank you so much.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We have a twist for you on a takeout favorite.
Here to make egg roll bowls. Today, nutritionist and our pal, Joy Bauer. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning, guys. Oh my goodness. I wish you could smell how fabulous it is in my kitchen right now. I mean, this is when we need smell-o-vision. I think you're going to love this one.
So it's like a deconstructed egg roll kind of turned stir-fried.
Right. And it has all of those Asian flavors that we love and we crave, but I'm cutting the carbs and I'm bumping up the protein.
Okay.
So here, what I've started with, I blasted shiitake mushrooms with some heat. And what I love about these mushrooms, they're loaded with antiviral properties. And if you can't find shiitake, certainly you can use baby bella, or you could use button mushrooms, anything goes. Next, this is just a store-bought bag of pre-shredded coleslaw mix because the star is really the shredded cabbage.
Okay.
And cabbage is loaded with vitamin C, but it also has it's part of the cruciferous family of vegetables, so it has compounds that are being studied for cancer prevention. And typically, I would let this wilt down and become a little bit more tender for about 3 minutes, but I'm going to fly through this, and you're going to see how easy it is. Next, lean ground turkey meat. So this is just 1 pound. You could certainly use a lean ground sirloin if you want, or you can use ground chicken. And it's all about the marinades. It's all about the flavors.
Well, I was just about to ask you, because right there, it could go a number of ways with the taste. How do you get it to taste like, a traditional egg roll?
That's exactly right. So all this is, I'm sprinkling on 2 teaspoons of ground ginger, 2 teaspoons of garlic powder, a little bit of salt. And if you want to kick up the heat, you can also put in crushed red pepper flakes. And now for the wet marinade, this is just reduced sodium soy sauce, a little bit of rice vinegar, and we have a dash of sesame oil. And you're just going to cook this and break it up. And I'm going to bring you over to my counter and show you what the finished product looks like. So if you can imagine, in 20 minutes, this is done. So come on with me. Oh, Cole Bauer,
Joy,
come
impressive.
over here.
2-camera shoot. Wow.
It's all about Ian Bauer. And I have a real taste tester. Cole Bauer is in the house right
Hi,
now.
Cole.
Show what you're eating.
Cole can't
He
hear
doesn't
us.
have the air
Yeah, we heard. He's so cute.
And he's going in with chopsticks. Very good.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. I'm going to garnish it. Look, it's all shredded just like the real McCoy. It's like the inside of an egg roll. And can you see that?
I could eat a whole bowl of that right now.
And really quickly, Joy, you've got a homemade duck sauce.
Okay, we need the duck sauce. 3 ingredients, Al. All it is, this is an all-fruit apricot jam, 3/4 cup, and I'm adding in a tablespoon of soy sauce and a tablespoon of rice vinegar. And once again, if you want to kick up that heat, like Joy Bauer, you put in a little bit of red pepper flakes. All you do is you mix this up. It is so tangy. It is so sweet, and it just brings it over the top. I'm going to show you. This is one I just whipped up that Cole's been eating.
That is fantastic.
But Cole is
Joy,
so lucky.
That is so terrific. And you could use that
Cole,
later.
come on back.
Any leftovers you could probably throw into an omelet or a frittata.
Oh,
really
yeah.
great. Joy, thank you so much. Cole, thank you. For more recipes, go to today.com/food.
If you're watching the Olympic athletes and wondering, what do they eat to stay so fit and healthy? Wonder no more.
I've certainly wondered. Irish rugby player Harry McNulty posted a tour of the main dining hall in the Athletes Village, showing off the wide variety of cuisine offered to these athletes. And here's the reality. These athletes are in the best shape of their lives.
Yeah, so we asked today nutritionist Joy Bauer how to create a gold medal meal at home. Hey, Joy.
Hi.
Hey guys, this is so exciting. I have been glued to my TV. And of course, I can't help but wonder all of the healthy food that these athletes are eating to fuel their endurance, their strength, their focus, their agility. I mean, it's quite amazing. And in this case, you really are what you eat.
Yeah, and Joy, obviously we don't need to have the same caloric calories, the same intake that some of these athletes have, because they burn in a way that we do not by our power walking and jazzercise. But if we stick to the same category, so let's start with protein and what we should be thinking about.
And Jenna, you're exactly right. Because at the end of the day, whether you're a serious spectator or athlete, it's about balancing 3 macronutrients: protein, high-quality carbs, and fat. So starting with protein, it's sort of the golden child because it helps to build and repair muscle. And protein also transports oxygen and essential nutrients all over our bodies, so like we just feel energetic and fabulous. The best protein sources will be poultry, fish, seafood. I have tofu over here, eggs, and all of the plant-based sources as well, nuts and seeds. Here I have dried beans, lentils. This is Greek yogurt. The cool thing about Greek yogurt, it's so loaded with protein, and you can use it for dips. You could top bake potatoes with it. So there's all sorts of ways throughout the day that you can get your protein fix. And the idea is to include it with breakfast, with lunch, with dinner, and if you can, with a snack as well.
Can we get to carbs? Because I feel like once and for all, you're tiny, Joy, and so many of us feel like, oh, I can't have any carbs because, you know, I'll gain weight. What is your response to carbs?
Okay, and that's a fallacy. You want to go for the high quality carbs, but here's the deal. Carbs helps to fuel continuous energy. It's crazy important to get carbs, but you want to get the right carbs because the right carbs come with fiber, which helps slow down any spikes that you may experience, and you get this even-keeled focus and energy. So when we talk about the right carbs, people don't often realize that fruits and vegetables are carbs. So I have a lot of produce over here. The more color, the better. Whole grains like whole grain bread, whole grain pasta, brown and wild rice, oatmeal rocks the Casbah. And this is whole grain cereal. And interestingly enough, you saw on the protein I had beans and lentils. They are also loaded with carbs. So they sort of fit both categories. They have protein. They also have fiber-rich carbohydrate. And a few easy ways that you can get carbs in. First off, you can make big fat sandwiches on whole grain bread. Look at all the vegetables, though, that I piled in there. So this is packed. And if you love pizza, that's okay. Just load on vegetable toppings. You could snack on popcorn, which is a crunchy, fabulous whole grain. And what I like to do here is freeze grapes.
I love frozen grapes.
In the freezer aisle of the grocery store, I buy pitted frozen cherries and peaches and mango slices. I eat it for dessert.
Yeah,
it
that's
just
like
works
a popsicle.
perfectly.
That's a popsicle. I head towards the ice cream, but probably shouldn't. But let's go to fats, right? Fats are really important when we're working out.
Yeah, so fats are fabulous, and you know, this is where the amount is going to be very important. First off, fats help to absorb the fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K. And they're really important because they help boost our immunity. They help to promote sharp vision. They just like keep us on top of our game. So don't be afraid of fat. But because it's very calorically dense, if you're looking to manage your weight, you want to watch the amounts that you're eating. So heart healthy fats. Extra virgin olive oil, the best, like 10 thumbs up. Olives, of course, nut butters, all of the nut and seeds butters, nuts and seeds. I love promoting walnuts because they have those omega-3 fats. Fatty fish, same thing. I have avocado over here. You could add it on top of your sandwiches. You could dip things in guac. And I stuck sardines here because I know some people are team sardines, some people not so much, but they do have that fabulous omega-3 fat, so worth promoting.
Joy, we're really sad because we didn't get to your smoothie bowl, but you just gave us. Why don't you show it to us quickly? And we're going to put that recipe.
It's like all the ingredients that you just showed us.
Yes, and we are going to put that delicious recipe. First of all, that gold medal is huge. That peanut butter is the size of Joy. Let's get that recipe at home to make it. You just need to head to today.com/health.
Thank you, Joy. So
and I'll show you how to make it on Instagram too.
Perfect.
Love you guys.
Thank you. Miss you, Joy.
You just have to stick to the stuff on the table. That's the problem. There was no dessert on that table.
Yeah, I know. Where are the cookies?
Nothing chewy.
Where are the cookies?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand, began our Across America journey tonight. St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
This morning, we are kicking off Superfood Friday with today's nutritionist, Joy Bauer. We start today with 3 foods for weight loss.
That's right.
So first of all, we hear the term superfood. What exactly does that even mean? What's the difference between a food and a superfood?
So
what makes it super?
There's no formal definition or scientifically based way to say a food is a superfood, but I believe if a specific food is packed with nutrients and or it's able to nourish the body in a way that it could elevate our health, it certainly deserves superfood status,
that makes it a superfood.
And so today I'm going to show 3 foods that can help support weight loss because it's the new year and a lot of people are wondering how to knock off a few pounds.
Well, let's start with artichokes here.
Okay, artichokes have so many things going for them, Craig. First off, they're low calorie. They're only about 70 calories per cup, and they are busting with fiber. If you can imagine, there's 9 grams of filling fiber in a cup, either of a whole artichoke or the artichoke hearts. I know some people are a little bit intimidated with whole artichokes.
I am. I don't know I don't know where to start with
these
these
great,
things.
and they're actually not difficult, but I'm going to show you something super simple to do with artichoke hearts because everybody could pick up a can or you could also get them frozen. This is what I'm calling my artichoke salsa.
Artichoke salsa.
You take a can of the quartered artichoke hearts, you're going to chop them up, and all you're going to do is add in there, I have basil, I have cilantro, go ahead, let's put them all in. Red onion, red pepper, some tomato, mix that up, a little bit of salt and pepper. Look how pretty it is, right? And some garlic and lime juice.
So we're watching the football game this weekend, this instead of salsa.
I want you to taste this.
I will.
And I like to fancy up chicken paillard over here. Look how pretty this is.
That is pretty.
And roasted white fish as well. Tilapia, snapper.
Like I do a mango salsa, but I like the artichoke salsa.
Do you like that?
Oh, that is good, actually.
Isn't it delicious? It's only 20 calories per half cup.
And all that fiber you're getting.
Oh, yeah. Very, very filling.
The next superfood is vinegar. Does that include all kinds of vinegar?
All kinds of vinegar. So whether it's red wine or apple cider or balsamic, even white vinegar.
What does it do for
Vinegar has a ton of flavor, and it's less than 15 calories per tablespoon. So when you compare that to salad dressing at about 80 calories, it's a nice deal. But here's a really cool fact. If you incorporate any of the vinegars into the beginning of a meal, it can help to blunt the rise in blood sugar that you would typically get from eating things like pasta or potatoes or rice. Isn't that
just
cool?
like a shot of vinegar?
Well, you could use it as a marinade. No, don't
Okay,
drink
that makes
it.
more sense.
Or you could also put a little bit on a salad. So
you made pickles with apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, so this is apple cider pickled cucumbers. All you do is I boil a brine. It's a little bit of salt with apple cider vinegar, water. I like to add in, some garlic
Some
and
spiciness.
And then you put the pickles in, you pop it in the fridge, shake it up a little bit, and see what you think. It's awesome. It's a fun weekend activity.
That's a good pickle.
That's not my idea of a fun weekend activity, but there you go.
What a pickle.
A tasty one. Shrimp. I didn't realize shrimp's a superfood.
Shrimp is definitely a superfood because when it comes to weight loss, it's only 8 calories an item. Al, you could eat about 12 of these for less than 100 calories, but the best part is it is pure protein. And we know when you eat anything, carbs, fat, protein, you get a slight uptick in your metabolism, but you get the biggest boost from protein.
Show us your skillet lime cilantro shrimp.
Such a breeze. So this is just a chopped minced shallot with a little bit of garlic, some cilantro, and salt. Then I'm adding in extra virgin olive oil. That's lemon juice. You mix it up. Has about 2 minutes on each side. Look what that looks like.
That's beautiful.
It is